Communication Unit GIU is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the Government of Montserrat.
3, 2, 1.
Try that song again for me, please, Jason.
No, I want to watch TV.
Not until you finish your math.
No!
Give me faith and patience here today. Child, you're going to sit there until I tell you to move. Hell, what did I do with that belt?
Take deep breaths and think of another way to reach your goal.
All well and good for you to say. You don't see how he's trying me. Okay. Take deep breaths. Think of another way to reach your goal. Baby, you're tired of sitting down, huh?
Yes, can we finish work tomorrow?
No, because we have more schoolwork to do tomorrow. Here's what. How about we watch a funny video? I'll let you choose. Then we go right back to finishing off the work. If you finish before bedtime, I'll let you watch some more videos until it's time to say goodnight.
Deal.
Deal. I'll get the hang of this positive discipline thing.
You can positively discipline your child without the use of beatings or harsh words. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
so glad Rebecca invited me to a party.
I know, right?
Let's go over and say hi.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi. Rebecca, I love your hair.
Rebecca, I love your shoes.
What? Come push them out, let me see.
Look at this beautiful dress. Pause, girl, pause. Oh my God,
She really thinks she look good? You know what? I think everybody deserves to see how bad she looks.
good idea.
Hashtag not cute. Hashtag Red Cross.
Hashtag
she don't look good.
Rebecca. Rebecca.
Rebecca, what is it? What is it? Why are you crying? Talk to me.
By the way, Bible.
I'm sorry.
That was nice to think about me all the time. Let's talk about it. Yeah, I know I will.
Have you reported this to anyone at school? Why? Are you afraid they'll hurt you or something?
I can't eat. I'm away at night to focus on the mean stuff that was about me. I never did anything to them.
Rebecca, you can't be afraid. They're bullies, that's all. Look, I'm sorry that you're hurting, but you shouldn't have to worry about the negative things people say or post about you. What they say is that the person you really are. And people who treat you in this way most certainly aren't your friends. Let me tell you something. You're beautiful on the outside and inside. Let no one tell you otherwise. You hear me? These matters to the relevant authorities. But remember, if bullies know that you're scared and affected, they believe they have won. They believe they have the power over you. You need to find the inner strength and show them that you're not afraid.
floor. I just want to jump all up on the dance floor. I just want to jump in and out.
Good night to the listening audience at home and abroad. Welcome to the Little Way Multipurpose Sporting Complex. I am Astrid Wade and I'll bring you some commentary until later in this game. Tonight's first encounter is between St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys and the Wadadli Elites. The two teams are now on the court and the first game is about to commence. We have referee officials Kingsley Liebird, Jamal Wade and Jeff Lane, an all-Montserrat referee team tonight refereeing this game, and I guess you would know why. Here we have the tip-off and Wadadli Elites is in possession of the ball. Here we have number 30, the big man for Elite, passes in the middle, misses. St. Kitts now steals the ball and it goes out of bounds. So we have for St. Kitts and Nevis, we have Tequan Rogers, number 5, Chavez Belborda, number 3, Leroy Wilkinson, and now St. Kitts, number 5, point guard with the ball, dribbles, passes to the corner, and it's hit outside by number 2 of Wadadli Elites. Inbound St. Kitts, 5, point guard with the ball, dribbles, passes to number 3 into the number 14, the big man. Number 3 fakes, gives it back to number 14, St. Kitts. St. Kitts skips out, far end, shot up, misses. Rebound number 46, Antigua Wadadli Elites. And the point guard for the Elites brings the ball over the half, passes to the big man inside, puts up, and 2 points for the Elites. So the first scores of the night are on the board. The Elites are 2, St. Kitts Sugar Boys 0. Here we go, 5, St. Kitts. Passes to number 8, far corner, into the big man. Big man in the post, up for St. Kitts, and he is fouled. So number 14 for St. Kitts will go to the free throw line, and he will give us attempt to make 2 shots. Our second encounter tonight will be the Montserrat Shamrocks versus the BVI Skillful Ballers. Should be a very interesting encounter. And, as this tournament winds down. Here we have number 14, under free throw block, shoots, misses. So the score remains 2-0 in favor of St. Kitts Sugar Boys. Official Wade giving the ball to number 14, who is in the blocks, sets, shoots, and he scores. The score moves on 2-1 favor of Antigua Elites. Here we have the point guard for the Elites, bringing the ball over the half. He assesses, dribbles, passes to number 46, small forward, here he goes. Passes to the big man, number 30, into the paint. Shooting guard, takes a shot, misses. Rebound, number 10, St. Kitts, passes to number 5, the point guard, gets it over the half. He dribbles, assesses, skips it on the baseline. And we have number 3 for St. Kitts is blocking foul. Can't see who is the Antigua Elites player who committed that foul. Seems to be number 30, the big man. Here we have an inbound from St. Kitts from the baseline. Number 8 passes it inside into the big man, misses. And here we have a little bit of fumbling by the point guard from Antigua. Gets it over the half. Number 8 for the Elites, passes it. And we have a turnover, number 14. Have a block. And 2 points for Wadadli Elites. Number 48 for the Elite scores. Here we have St. Kitts. Number 5, point guard on the drive to the hoop, misses. Rebound Antigua. Here we have an access down the court, and we have a travel by the Elites. So St. Kitts will have possession of the ball. Substitution is called by the officials. It's quite difficult to make out the St. Kitts player. They only have their numbers on their backs. But number 48 for St. Kitts is being replaced by number, I can't see his number at the moment. Here we have St. Kitts, number 5, the point guard, bringing the ball over the half, passes it to number 3, shooting guard. Here he dribbles. Passes it inside to 10, number, the forward, and he scores 2 points. So the score is 4-3 in favor of St. Kitts. Of the elites, sorry. Here we go. Elites with the ball, jump shot, misses. Far corner, St. Kitts dribbles down the court, down the far corner. Number 8 skips to number 10, jump shot, scores again. And the big man is dominant inside the key with his jumper. Here we have the elite point guard bringing it over the half. Round the top. And a small forward dribbles, far corner, skips it out. We have a drive. And we have a 3-point attempt, big shot. So the score moves on to 7-5 in favor of the elites. Here we have the elites pushing the ball down the court. He drives to the basket and he scores 2 points. Number 3, St. Kitts shoots, scores 2 points. So this game is an intense game. Started off quite intense, and I know it will end in that manner. Here we go. Screen set at the top of the key by one of the elite players. Here we have the shot up. And is that a 3-pointer? Yes, it is. So the elites are 12-7. Here we have the point guard. St. Kitts 5 passes to number 3. 3 back to 5. 5 dribbles. Faces a little bit difficulty. And St. Kitts and Antigua wrestling for the ball. Good pass to the elite player. And he scores 2 points on that fast break. Here we have number 5, point guard, St. Kitts, brings it over the half, goes to the far corner, he dribbles, assesses, skips it over, far to number 3 on the far corner, into the baseline, drive to the hoop, good pass to number 10. I'd like to welcome Coach Samuels to the commentary booth. Coach Samuels, we have a quite interesting game here.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the listening public, near and far. We're here down at the Little Bay multi-complex, and it's a lovely night of basketball yet again. And in front of us here, Mr. Wade, we have the St. Kitts and Nevis. Is it? No? Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys versus the Antigua Wadadli Elites.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing now 14 for the Elites and 9
for the Sugar Boys.
The Sugar Boys. Could this be a matchup tonight that the Antigua Wadadli Elites? What are you seeing so far, Mr. Wade?
Well, I see they've come out to play ball. That's one thing I can say.
3 from downtown.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's their second 3.
The second 3 from
Antigua.
Antigua, the Wadadli Elites.
Yeah,
so far, what's your thought on the 2 teams that are playing right here at this moment?
Well, they brought up some intensity tonight, and I expect to see a much better organized game tonight between these 2 teams. They're always a little rivalry between St. Kitts and Antigua in every sport.
Yes.
So you expect it here tonight. We just want it to be, clean and fair. But you expect a little bit of intensity tonight from both teams.
All right. The Sugar Boys, any player that you see that you say yes?
I like number 10.
10, that's Wilkinson.
Yeah, I think he's good. He really misses in the paint.
Okay.
And I have been watching him for a while, and he's a good scorer in the paint, and he scored about 6 points so far in this game. So. I think my pick of the player so far is 10, Wilkinson.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And as we enter now, we're inbound from
here we have the elite brings the ball over the half. He dribbles, assesses, passes it to number 8, point guard for the elites. Dribbles, assesses, skips it over to the far corner for 2. And he misses. Rebound and sink it, number 8. Takes it over the half, goes to the far corner, skips it to the center. 3 passes to 4 in the far corner. Takes a 3-point shot, misses. The big man for the Elite rebounds and gets it to the point guard. So
I see tonight that young Mr. Andrew is back on the Antigua Wadadli team. Yeah. I'm not sure if he had an injury for the last 2 evenings. Jaden Andrew. Yeah. He's the orchestrator for the Wadadli Elite, so I think they were resting him for a moment like this. Yeah, if you look at his left foot there, heavily bandaged. Yes, yeah. So I'm hoping now. This is my favorite player for the Elite, the Sugar Boys.
Oh, Sugar 3, Boys.
Belboda.
Yeah.
Chavez Belboda.
And that's a good drive on the baseline there.
First. Yeah. Yes, lovely. So we're asking everyone to come out. I know it's early. You're supporting the MNI Shamrock boys, but come out.
Yeah.
Support the teams early. Get here. There's space, and I'm saying lovely basketball. Is it the 4th night, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The 4th night. So let's keep it going, and lovely energy going.
Good drive.
Good defensive playing side. And what do you think about the offense for the Sugar Boys as well?
Well, the Sugar Boys, the point guard is quite strategic. So he brings the ball up and he skips to the far corner. The shooting guard on the corner, he's also strategic. So yes. If he doesn't feel he has a shot, he sends it inside to the big men. And it's basic fundamental basketball that I think a lot of the teams now these days run away from.
Yes.
It's always turns out into the shooting match between teams, and they don't use the big men anymore inside the paint.
Is that something that you think that they're watching in the way how the game has transferred from now? Even Steph Curry, 3-point king.
Yes.
Is that something?
Yes, I think that's one of the main aids behind what we see in basketball today. I try to encourage guys to look at college ball and FIBA ball. Yes. NBA ball is good, but it's show ball.
Okay. And that's something I share with the students, so that if you want to be in the showcase, you get to the NBA.
Yes.
But a lot of the students say it's about the dollars.
Yeah, well, exactly, coach. And that's the way the world is running. All right, here we have number 34. Sankits brings the ball up to the 3-point arc. He dribbles, passes to the far corner, skips it back, and there's a steal. And here we have the point guard from the Elite, passes and misses. Here we have another number 2 for Antigua, collecting the ball.
Zachariah, now Andrew, the boys with Andrew.
Skips it to the big man, and the big man comes, shoots. And that's a good jumper there by the big man, number 30 for the Elites. So this, yes. Yeah. So the score is now 19-13 in favor of the Elites. Here we have a skip to the far corner. Sankits drives to the hoop and he scores 2 points.
And I see that 2 minutes and 49 seconds. What would the Sankits coach be saying at this moment to his boys, knowing that they can be in a final tomorrow night?
Well, he just then he's still watchful as to what is going to transpire. So I think he'll just letting them run this quarter, and then he'll start to strategize from the other quarter coming up. And here we have a drive, skip out to the 3-point arc, number 3 sets, shoots and misses. Rebound, Antigua, fast break, and 1-2, and he dunks it.
Is that the first dunk for the night?
Yes, that is the first dunk.
Player there, number 46.
Yeah.
And I think is that a new player for tonight?
Yeah, the number is not for yeah.
So when there's a change, we welcome Coach Daly into the fray tonight. Welcome, sir. And as we enter tonight, something that's really interesting for me, getting the numbers and where the points for all the teams are scored from. Mr. Wade, any?
Yeah, well, I think we could have had some more 3-pointers. I think we are lacking in 3-point shooting in this tournament. But the dunks and the inside playing is, as we can see, there's a foul. So the dunks and the inside playing is a little bit more predominant in this game.
Okay.
But I think we could have had some more jump shots, some more 3-point shots, attempts, and successful shots from those areas on the court.
Any play so far that you can remember that has stuck in your mind, walking around outside there?
Yeah. There's this guy also from St. Kitts. He was shooting quite good the other night. Number 11, the clear guy. Number 11.
Boyd.
Yeah.
Yes, Antonio Boyd.
And I like his game because he can shoot the J and he can also get to the hoop. So that's a good asset to have on your team. I've also made some other things. The big man for Antigua, number 30. I also like how he plays also. He's aggressive. Yeah, I saw him go and he can jump.
Yes.
And he can jump. So he gets up very high. And at one point I saw him actually go up to the backboard and hold the ball with the stone and put it down, which is, a lot of aggression.
Some of the youngins don't know Matumbo, so you can look that up online. So, yes.
Yeah.
We're here with Coach Daly. Coach Daly, good evening, sir. You're here with us tonight.
Oh, good evening, one and all. Tune into the GIU information unit and ZJB Radio, wherever you may be. It's another lovely evening down at the Multipurpose Center in Little Bay. We've got the elites and Wadadli elites leading 26 points to the Sugar Boys. St. Kitts Nevis Sugar Boys with 15 points.
Yes. And the elites with 26, and you have now on the line, you have Antonio Boyd going up for his 3-point, his free throw for the evening, which he converts. Tonight we have none other than Marlon Bujo Charles in the building, a veteran baller all the way from Wadadli. Good night, sir. How are you?
Good night to the listening audience.
And we're here live from the Little Bay complex, watching some basketball. What's your thoughts so far, sir, on what you've seen as the official in this lovely Under 26 tournament put on by the MABA Basketball Association?
Well, I think it's a good initiative to have the tournament, and we were out basketball for about nearly 3 years. And I have to see the guys still looking good, even though we're not playing any competition. But I see some good game as a referee, some good talent, and I think something going forward we're gonna have maybe annually.
Yes.
Maybe 2 times a year, 3 times, invite to a different country, and have the basketball keep going.
And as a veteran in your playing times, anyone here that you see that you say, yes, it reminds me of me when I was growing up, sir?
Yes, especially the Pine Girl for Tartola, looking good.
Yes.
I now play like this young man from Antigua 46, half guard. Quick.
Maybe hands.
And get the basket, But there's a lot of talent, especially number 5 at the line right now. The number 3 for St. Kitts.
So that's Tiquan Rogers. He's at the 3-point line. He converted. He's a captain also for the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys.
You can tell.
Yeah, yes. So you see that professionalism, that growth, and his decision making for his team.
Yep. So we expect 2 good games tonight. I'm telling you, this is where you count now.
Yes. So you see, as we boil down to the nitty-gritty, that's where we will see the expression, the boys expressing themselves as much as possible and giving a showcase for the fans here tonight.
Yes. And I must say congratulations to the fans coming out and support. Even though they support their home team, but
yes,
there are 1 or 2 that love the different countries and want them to win. So we're going to get a good final, I'm telling you. We're going to have a good final. Let's hope everything goes well there. Some of the young guys, hot-headed.
Yes.
But as a referee, we try to control it. I'm not all about blowing call, teach them the game also. Like, if they hand check and tell them, look, hands off the man, come out the key, you teach them.
Yes.
So when you blow, then don't know where you blow from.
So
you warn them.
So you're doing that while the game is
right,
going on. So it's a constant teaching concept. Well done, sir.
As an official, and you just mentioned the question I had to ask. You just answered it basically. With now the semifinals, and the game is going to be more intense. What's the plan that the referees have, not to create the conflict amongst that? As I said, go up. Would it be more calling, or we just because it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a lot of bodies. Do you want to let that happen, or we're going to see more calls to try and avoid that kind of situation?
Well, it might be more call and more control of the game, because the official must control the game, he must talk to the players in the game especially. It's going to be tough, trust me. Basketball is a contact sport, so you must get contact. You understand? But the referee does have to be on top of the game. We try to huddle as much as possible, so we as the referee have control of the game and we watching certain things. There's a lot of complaining, especially Tato, the coach and the player. They complain about everything. But as a strong referee, you just have to be the man out there and control the game.
Okay, we have Providence. Is that Providence or Esdale? Or the captain? Is it Wilshire? Wilshire is at the line, the free throw line. Coach Daly, I will say you just take it away from here with 30.8 seconds on the clock in the first quarter. It is 17 to the
Elites.
Is that Elites or the Sugar Boys? 17, and the Elites are up with 28.
Yes, definitely. And we've got Wilshire converting his first free throw. And the Sugar Boys are coming out with aggression, but I think Antigua Wadadli Elites are on a high from the win yesterday evening, and they've beaten the team that no one else could have managed to beat.
Yeah.
So they feel confident, and the shows in the score.
Any comments there, Mr. Charles?
Yes, the elite team is a well-trained team. During the COVID, they were practicing together. So some of them players not in Ireland, they away in school. These guys are lucky that they told the big guy coming in Thursday, tomorrow, but they're not going to even make it for tomorrow final. Well, you never know. Yes. That Byron has something up his sleeve.
Okay.
So.
And that's the first quarter. We're here down at the Little Blade multi-complex, and it's 18 to 20, 18 to the, is that over? Is it 1 point? Oh, right. So take it away there, can I say need like I need my extra spectacles to
inbounds to Cecil Angel, who takes long shots, but a bit too short.
And I see plenty hands there in the Wadadli Elites corner. I think they're very confident of their play going forward so far. Mr. Charles, so now that we're here, could you tell the wider world as well? I know you mentioned just a bit. What's really happening here in Montserrat in your eyes? Could you just expand some more on that for us during this
Well, I'm talking about good basketball. You know, you have the Antigua team, you have the St. Kitts team, you have the St. Thomas team, you have the home team, you know. And they are looking sharp. I'm telling you, anybody can win any given night. You know, just come to play basketball, but you know, most of our defense wins game. And teamwork wins game, trust me. If you don't have the right chemistry on the court, you're not gonna make it. So you're all about unselfishness, teamwork, and respect for your teammate and trust your teammate. But the basketball is really on the hype, and I hope that we keep it on the hype.
Okay, let me just add to the conversation and ask you this, Mr. Charles. I know for a fact that you have been traveling throughout the Leeward Islands. What is your review on our multi-purpose sporting center? You're knowing yourself as a former basketball player and now as a referee. What is your review of our facility here in Montserrat?
Well, I'm telling you straight up. I came in a couple of years ago and I love with the stadium. I'm telling you, it's a simple stadium, it's a great stadium. I like the way you guys keep the stadium, you know, clean at all time. And I'm telling you, I wish we have something like that. I'm telling you, we have a semi-stadium in Antigua, but hey, we need something like that, and I hope our government go forward and get the youth to them something to play in a good condition so they can see the future going like into college that they're going to be playing under, you know. But I wish we have one, I'm telling you. This is a good complex.
And with the level of basketball that's you've seen this evening, do you think we can take this, make it commercial like how they did with the cricket and have a regional league? You go from island to island and play and you entertain the crowds there. And it's viable for everyone.
Of course, yes, I believe so, but you know, everything take money and sometimes the government don't love to spend money in the sports, I think. You know, but if we invest, we have good players and maybe make it to college maybe to make it to NBA or some pro in Spain or something, but the youth in the league will get the opportunity.
Definitely, and we take it back on the court with Rogers running down in the middle. And is that contact a charge or a block? Let's see what official Pachi.
Must be blocking, two under the rim.
Was it a bit too close to the...
Yeah, the line.
So we got Rogers going for 2 on the line.
Say tonight, everyone that's out in the radio land, please stay close to your radio. If you can't, please make your way down to the Little Bay Multi-Complex Center. We have live basketball here, very young, talented players. I think some of the players are as young as 16. So it shows the growth for these young players or young sports enthusiasts or athletes, as I would say. And we encourage most of these discipline in our players. And I see Coach Ghost arguing there with the officials on the line. I'm hoping you don't pick up a technical, and that's something that Mr. Charles is talking about, having to stay strong. And our veteran official, Jeff Lane, is just walking, doing his thing. Now the ball is with the captain. Captain goes down to Andrew. Andrew goes to the net, and it's an and one driving inside. Real strong play, getting inside of the key, putting that ball up and drawing the foul. So he goes to the free throw line to shoot his one.
And that seems to be one of Wiltshire's signature moves, that drive straight to the basket, and he always draws the opponents and the contact on that. He continuously does that, and it works for him.
And I like what the St. Kitts players are doing. They're positioning their forward players, and when it's time to defend, going forward and back, keeps going back and forth, back and forth. Everyone is on point with their roles, not giving you too much driving into the paint, make your play, and at times they push you and push that clock down, so you better watch your clock. So defensively, they're a sound team in that area.
Yes, they are. They're a very good defensive team. I know they did give Montserrat a very good fight, and the defense showed, because the outcome and the score showed at the end. They contained us and they still had the ability to score. We got Rogers driving to the boards, and he did what seemed to be a Euro step.
I think he needed some suitcase. I thought he had about 4 suitcases with him just now getting there, but it wasn't a call. And now a traveling is called on the Wadadli Elites. And I see Coach walking up and down on the line, putting in a new player. And I think there's we have to make a correction. Surfing, what we'll be calling, is none other than Remy Brewery, number 30. So that's a correction to the public. Our apologies on our behalf. Remy Brewer is number 30. Is that a technical? I see, yes. Technical for our doc. He's got a technical for maybe something he said to our official Jeff Lane. Is the technical? Yes.
Is that coming from the elites?
Yes. Wang Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong there saying something into the ears of our official Jeff Lane, who is a seasoned ref. Very professional official in his capacity. So I think something like that. And it has been converted by Cecil Angel, who was, and will they go back in possession? Yes.
Yes, they do. We've got number 14,
Providence,
inbound into Rogers, who's taking his time at the top of the key, looks for the offensive, and
the outside.
What was that called?
That call was made by official Liebert, put on the line, ball turns over. So the sense of where you are on the court is very, very, very important in these tight games, because the lead is now back only 4 points.
Wow, yes.
Yeah, so we have Antigua going, Zachariah going for the 3, missing, rebound by Wiltshire. Angel drives up, passes to Rogers, who's in the center. Top of the key, back to Angel, now to Providence. Tries the shot, misses. The Elites rebound.
And that's where the early setup that I'm talking about. Everyone's in there. And young Andrew went up off the glass. Was that a double pump or? And back to the captain, Tequan Rogers, who has it to Wilshire. Wilshire driving inside, not able to convert. Now the ball is back with the Wadadli Elites coming up the court. And as I say again, look at that early setup. Watch them inside that key. Look at that, Coach Daly, what I'm talking about. Look, forcing some errors inside. A little slip there from the Angel. And it's up.
Regained his composure, got it to Wilshire. Wilshire put it up, missed, and the little scuffle for the ball. It's now Antigua's possession.
Good call. That's a great call.
All right, Mr. Charles, as we have you here, we know that you've mentioned about the COVID and other teams are still practicing. In Antigua at this moment, how you say the basketball, the level of the game is going? I know you were playing for ovals for how many years now, and how you seen the basketball growing in Wadadli 268?
Well, I must say, before the COVID, we was on a real high, and but the COVID come, and we have a tournament that December 4th was the opening of our basketball second division. So the president decided he's going to have one division at the time because what happened when all the division play, the national team don't get enough time to prepare.
Okay.
So we cut out the third division and go straight into second, so we have more time to prepare. But I must say, it kind of dropped to me, I guess, because nobody practice. The elder guys in the 40 and 30 something are going to go on the court to shoot a ball if it's not a competition, The youths never do it because they're young coming up. But when they have to work, children, I find that time. So I find the level really low right now in Antigua. I just start back our basketball tournament, but you will pick up. You will pick up.
We're here now.
So how about the grassroots basketball, the primary schools and secondary schools? Is it happening over there?
Yes, it's happening. As you can say, that's the coordinator for school basketball, Carl Bowling Night. They're doing a good job into the school. School league I think they had school league this year.
Yes, we just completed our local school league.
Okay, yes. That's good. That's foundation. School league is foundation to your club and then to national, you understand? So I think everybody should play school league. That's just the start of your basketball career.
Yes, and we've got Wilshire passing to Rogers, who gets an open look and he lays it right in.
You notice that came off with his left hand layup. So.
Yes. Very good play from Rogers there.
Young Andrew has the ball, he pushes out to Andrew in possession of the ball. I think he was fouled, drop his step just now, touching that injury, almost stripped. Yes, could not hold that. Dominic Anthony, and it went up for a three, which he did not convert. Balls back with now the captain, Tequan Rogers.
I know if you guys notice kids, I must give kudos to Ghost as a former national player and coach now. He did his homework. If you realize he having players and driving every time they drive to the basket.
Yes, they've increased that aggression.
Yes, that's the only team I see improve every game. That's St. Kitts team. Every game they improve.
Yes, they have been playing some strong basketball there. They started off slow.
Yes.
But they've picked up, they found themselves, and Wilshire looking passes to Belboda, who tries the three, and it's tipped out. Ball goes to the Wadadli Elites, and
I think a timeout is called from the Wadadli Elites, yes. And now it's Sugar Boys 32 and the Wadadli Elites 28.
They stick for a long time.
And I'm using this moment now to big up some of the sponsors. That's the government of Montserrat and the ZJB for the coverage. One of the other platinum sponsors is Sarah, and the GIU unit, along with Flow, Bank of Montserrat, and the insurance. Is the insurance company as well, Alliance Insurance, Caribbean Alliance. So we're here back on the fourth night down at the Little Bay Multipurpose Complex, where the basketball has come alive for 4 teams vouching for that crown and that bragging rights. I would say that we've met. Now you see what I've got. It's me, you know, and I'm enjoying myself here in the commentary booth, looking at the young talent. You know, as Mr. Charles mentioned, the young basketball looks alive. It's coming, and let's build. So we have now the St. Kitts Sugar Boys versus the Wadadli Elites. I see the 3 officials.
Yes,
is it still an official timeout also? Yes?
No, I think they're going to start it from this side. Elite ball. We've got a lead, 4-point lead. Sugar Boys in the lead. They've got 32. They were trailing a few minutes ago. However, Elite seem to be stuck at 28.
Yep.
They've been there for a few minutes. Let's see if they can make a change now. We've got number 8 at the top of the key.
Watch that defense inside. Watch that defense inside.
Bounces off the front of the ring. Zachariah.
And it is good. A conversion of a 3 from downtown. Young Zachariah.
Very patient. He just took his time, got his view, and he let the shot off, and that was a very good shot. We've got Wilshire now trying to answer, and he does.
Is that a 3 or is it convert? Is that a 3? It was convert. It was inside. It looks like it was inside.
But he got 3 for it. Yes. And we got Zachariah back on the top. He drives, holds. Can he make it? He draws the foul, so he would go to the line.
So one thing, you can use the both hands. It's
Yes.
hard to stop, I tell you.
And that's one thing I noticed with him. When he came out first, he was on fire, but for a couple of the nights, he's been very quiet. But yet still, Wadadli Elites overcame the number 1 team here at the moment, which I must say is the BVI Skillful Ballers from what we've seen. But young Zachariah, very good talent. Forceful, uses 2 hands, using his body as well, anywhere around the court, moving around the court, getting his team into that setup early. And as you can see now, take it away.
Yes, it's a 2-point lead with the Sugar Boys in front at 35. We got Wilshire just got his pocket picked. He got his pocket picked by Andrew, who's now at the top of the key. Passes to Zachariah. And this combination of play has seemed to be working in the Elite's favor. Let's see, back to Zachariah, but intercepted by Wilshire. And he goes right through the middle. Can he be stopped? Yes, he's blocked by Brody.
Yes.
Very exciting basketball happening here at the Little Bay Multipurpose Center. Remember, the winner of this match goes to the finals. First place, the loser plays for 3rd.
Yes.
And we've got Rogers now at the top of the key. Crosses over, passes to number 10, who back out to Wilshire, who's had the hot hand.
And he's giving Bro a talk, and Bro has said something. The official has heard that, and Liebert is calling him over, and I hope it's just an exchange of words. And this is it.
As I was saying, the emotions would be
up high. Yes.
So, as an official, it's where you come in to kind of keep the game, you know, worthy, you know, keep it at a good balance.
Something like that, what the Liebert should do, call the 2 guys together and warn them before. They don't want nothing to escalate.
Yes, and you would have a lot of contact. It could be a
contact sport.
Yes. So there's another whistle.
There's a wet spot on the area. And I'm saying yes, as you've mentioned before, Mr. Charles, tonight would be a game where you see a lot of passion. And I think that was just passion going out there, because the 2 players are now exchanging some words, smiling at each other. But I think of the way how 40 put up that 3-pointer out there, I think some words being exchanged. So that's part of the game. And this is where these young players now have to switch on. I see Coach Ghost now Like Bird is calling referee's time out.
Yeah.
So to get some order, and that's something good.
The president on the floor too.
And the president is there calling both teams, captains and managers to the board. And that's something that I respect a lot here, because now it has been a lovely 3 nights of basketball. And at this moment, the passion is high, the young temperate players. So I think what has been doing here, what Gilmore Williams are doing here at the moment, is something good. Talking to the officials, giving everyone a time to...
Yes, settle down and calm down, because the last tournament held here, I think both teams end up being disqualified.
Antigua versus St. Kitts.
So they have a history.
Yeah.
And it's good to kind of take a 5 minute or 2 minute, take a break, you recollect yourself and come back. It's a competitive sport. You're gonna expect conflict. However, you gotta just get your guys to keep focused. Wiltshire is playing very good this evening. You won't want to see him get ejected. Ford is playing very good also. You don't want those players to get ejected. However, it's also time for them to learn how to keep the composure in a high intense situation.
And this is something that is, I think, young players. We have young players, and at this point, you want that level-headed consciousness going forward, because a lot of arenas you enter, you know, these little sparks can overflow. So getting them early, keeping it down, showing them what can transpire after something of this small nature.
Yep.
Controlling that so early. That's why it's important for these matches to take place, so we can come and look at that, the love, and that's why I love sports. Look at that.
Yes.
Team now.
And just in case you're in Montserrat and you want something to do and you want some exciting fun, just come on down to the Little Bay Multipurpose Center. Get some basketball this evening. There's a lot of space and there's some exciting games. Zachariah answers the three because the last three was Wiltshire. So the score is only a 2-point lead going into less than 2.5 minutes into the first half. We got number 10 took ball to the board, got a rebound from Forday. Now there's a little hustle on the ground. Number 3 Belora passes to number 10, didn't expect it, bounced off his hand, and
St.
Kitts ball. We have
injured
number 8 on the ground,
Andrew,
holding his ankle.
He have an ankle problem.
Yeah, that's as I mentioned earlier, and young Jaden Andrew, for the last 2 nights he's been on the bench, so I think he has been nursing an injury. So now you can see him popping off that and that's that same left ankle. The physio Kenton Weeks is taking him into the treatment room. So I think he's in good hands. Mr. Weeks is very good at his profession, so hopefully we can take that up, give him some magic water. That sounds okay anyway, but you know, and he's out in for the next half. So now the coach of the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys had a word with his players, calming them down.
And is that Davis? Davis would have to take up the slack now.
Yeah.
Yes, and he worked very hard yesterday evening.
A young, exciting player for his size, because
that guy Davis, his father used to play national.
Okay.
Sport Davis.
Sport Davis.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So he has some athleticism in his blood.
Yes. And I think he have to some college also.
Yes.
Junior college.
Yes, you could see the energy that he brings to the game.
And I know some of these Wadadli elite players, they're playing some semi-pro basketball somewhere in the world. I know I've heard some of one of the players play in Spain. And that's
Andrew.
Mr. Andrew. So Jaden Andrew, as you can see, as I always mention, and that's a traveling call on young Rhonda Davis. And that's a turnover to the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys. Chavez, ball into the captain, Rogers. Rogers goes down on the top of the key, drives into the paint, goes up big, and converts for 2. So you have Shamrock now. Hear me now. Shamrock, I'm thinking of the
Sugar
game
Boys.
going forward. The Sugar Boys with 40 and the Elites with 36, 4-point lead. Zachariah steps back, goes
Bad
up.
shot.
Good rebound by Ford. He's in the middle, and there's some
Remy was
swinging
stripped
and
by the captain, which is a foul by
yes, there was a bit of
Tequan
hands-on.
Rogers. So Remy Brewer goes up for his 2 points, I guess. Jeff Lane has indicated 2 shots, so he composes himself. Goes up. He's in the tip of the rim, so he missed that chance to take it to a 3-point lead. And he has one more. Coach Jeff Lane indicates the 1. Perhaps the ball looks up, release, and that has been converted. So it's a 3-point game with 1 minute and 29 seconds on the clock.
Okay, let's see if the Wadadli Elise can make a stop and get that lead even cut even more for the first half. We got number 10 up for the shot, misses. Rebound by the Elites. Now Brooke drives down. Tell Davis come for the ball, but drives past him and gets stripped by Rogers, who passes to Wiltshire, goes to the ring, slips a bit, and it went in. Is it his night? Is it his night? We've got less than a minute, and the Elites are in possession of the ball. Davis passes to Zachariah, who comes, drives, puts it up, and it bounces in.
Shooter's bounce.
Yes. So still a 3-point lead with 40 seconds. Rogers comes down the court, dribble 2 screens, come both sides, gets to Wilshire, passes back to Rogers, goes to the middle, rebound by number 34, passes to 27.
Pass the ball outside, put down the line.
And just his, orientation didn't get that foot to stay inside. So we got just about 27 seconds, 26.9 seconds.
They're changing the ball.
Yes, the ball does get a bit slippery at times. And what I've noticed with the improvement of the players is that they're now understanding how to run on the court better, because the first evening you could have seen they didn't find their footing. There was a lot of slipping.
Yeah, because the court was just clean. So now the court been playing on, they get more grip.
More traction. Yes, and Senkit's inbounds too. And number 5, Rogers, who
out traveling.
Wiltshire called.
That runway, I think we have some runway. These guys are creating runways down at the Little Bay Multi-Purpose Center.
So there's less than 24 seconds, no shot clock. Would Zachariah take it in, or would he let Davis spot up for the 3? Zachariah tries for the 3, bounces around, Davis tips it over the defender for St. Kitts, and it goes outside. St. Kitts retains possession, only 1.7 seconds. So we're going into the half with the score 39 to the Elites and 42 to the Sugar Boys.
And up next we have counting a eventful or a lovely encounter with the Shamrock local MNI boys against the BVI Skillful Ballers. So if you're planning to come out, please make your way now. It's halftime down here at the Little Bay Multi Complex. So we're asking everyone to make their way out at the moment. And we'll go back to Master for this halftime, and we'll be back. So get your teas and cookies. I know I'm in England now. If I was in England, I would have my tea and biscuits. But no, we're here in Montserrat with the lovely weather. And I'd like to say thank you to everyone who has traveled to Montserrat for the Carnival and the 60th anniversary. And also the Salem anniversary.
Salem reunion.
Yes.
And we've got to say thanks once again to our official for sitting in with us and sharing a few thoughts on the way that things would go in the officiating side this evening.
Any last words before you go, Mr. Buju Charles? So put some respect, Mr. Buju Charles.
Well, I also want to thank the president of basketball to invite me here. We met in St. Kitts I think it was Music Fest. It was done when he told me he was going to put on a tournament. You see how long that was?
Yes.
Since June. And he live up to his promise. And I wish everybody give him the support. He's a good person, you know. Everything not going to be perfect, okay, we do, but the help of teamwork can make it happen. But I want to invite everybody to the complex. You know, now if I'm in Montserrat, you can get here for the second game and support your team. Your team have a good opportunity for win tonight because I'm taking off my referee hat now.
Yes.
I'm putting on my ball hat. And I'm telling you straight up, if this Montserrat plays smart, they can win this game tonight.
Yes.
5 men not supposed to beat no team, no care how good it is.
Yeah.
You have a game plan, you drive the ball to them. Drive, just drive. And then pick up 2, 3, 4, then the key open for you.
Yes.
But
Okay.
Montserrat keep getting out the character. They play too fast. Basketball is not all about fastness. It's all about common sense, playing the game. You have to know when to slow, you have to know when to run. If there's a break, you run. Even if it's not a break, you want a half-court play. Simple.
All right. And we thank you very much for your words, and we hope we can implement that going forward into the next game. Thank you,
All
sir,
right,
and
brother.
have a good
Okay.
evening and good officiating. Thank
All
you
right.
very much. We
No
take you
problem.
back.
It's like going over stuck in the clouds. So take your time and ride out, ride out, ride out, ride me girl, ride out, ride out, ride out, ride me girl, ride out, ride out, ride out, ride me girl. So come let me dance to the music. You know that I'm feeling, you know that I'm feeling you. Come let me dance to the music. You know that I'm feeling, you know that I'm feeling you. You gotta know. Your body's beautiful, it's flawless, and you got me caught in the moment. You gotta know. Your body's beautiful, it's flawless, and you got me.
Everybody get ready to get on board the rhythm train. For this Juve, when we come out to play, we board the rhythm train, it's jamming all the way. Check we got driver, check we got conductor, check we got passenger, I'm the whistle blower. Jumping on the train, bouncing on the train, dancing on the train, party on the train, whining on the train, waving on the train, jamming on the train. This is the rhythm train. When the whistle blow, pull your partner closer. When the whistle blow, hands on top, she's shoulder. When the whistle blow, everybody form a line. Whistle blow, move forward in time. Blow your whistle, go the people forward, forward. Blow your whistle, go the people round and round. Blow your whistle, go the people forward, forward. Go round and round and round and round and round. People asking me for music hot and jumpy. People asking me for music sweet and spicy. I hear a sweet rhythm ticking in me brain. Now is the time to ride the rhythm train. Jumping on the train, bouncing on the train, dancing on the train, party on the train, whining on the train, waving on the train, jamming on the train. This is the rhythm train. When the whistle blow, pull your partner closer. When the whistle blow, hands on top, she's shoulder. When the whistle blow, everybody form a line. Whistle blow, move forward in time. Blow your whistle, go the people forward, forward. Blow your whistle, go the people round and round. Blow your whistle, go the people forward, forward. Go round and round and round and round and round.
Good evening, Montserrat. Good evening, BVI. Good evening, Antigua. And of course, good evening to St. Kitts. My name is Jenzel Skerritt, and you've been listening to live basketball action down at the Multipurpose Sports Center. I am joining the broadcast team this evening. Coach Kenford and Coach Daly have been doing an excellent job. I want to say special good night to Mr. Astrid Wade, our General Secretary, who led off the baton here with the commentary this evening, and he did a marvelous job. Before us tonight, we have the semi-finals game between St. Kitts and Antigua. So yes, it is the St. Kitts Sugar Boys versus the Wadadli Elite. Score now 42-39 in favor of the Sugar Boys, and here comes Antigua, number 46, driving hard to the basket. That ball hitting off the back of the rim, and St. Kitts now in transition in the primary break. Here's number 8 for St. Kitts, trying to kiss it off the glass. Quickly there, gentlemen, and score, bringing the score now to 44-39. What's been happening since for the first quarter into the second half?
Well, it's been a very exciting game. Started off with Antigua taking an early lead, but however, in the second quarter, they got stuck at like 28, and St. Kitts played hard. Wiltshire driving, Rogers taking control of the game, Belborder making those shots, and now they lead 44-39. And I was looking around the stadium and I was saying, well, it's kind of quiet this evening. However, during halftime I went outside and I realized it was raining down. So come on down, it's the rain, it'll go in a few minutes, and just come on down, we're here.
Well, look at the marvel of technology for the rain to be pouring on the outside and for us to be inside, safe and warm, playing basketball in the Leewards. We say thank God for his mercies. Here is Antigua, the Wadadli Elites taking a three-point attempt, ricocheting off, and the captain, Mr. Tiquan Rogers for St. Kitts, gets the rebound, and he's bringing it up. They pull back into secondary attack here, but big man, Brewer, number 30, gets the rebound and gets it to the guard, number 8, who was injured for a few games, but he's playing this evening.
And he got injury, and before Coach Ken was saying how handy the hands of our physio is, and he's back on the court in a few minutes.
Yes,
So.
he was back on, I think, the physio. We have to say a special good night to Mr. Kenton Weeks, who has been doing an excellent job keeping not just the Montserrat team in a good condition, but all teams who need that service this evening and for the last few days. So we had what night? We had the opening night, we had the second night, and the third night. We're now at night number 4 of the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association Under 26 Invitational. Tonight is the semi-finals.
Yes, and
I
call
it's
it
been busy.
Yes, I call it a make it or break it. Tonight is the decider whether you play for first or whether you play for third.
Indeed. So we have, the crowd is getting bigger and bigger. I mean, I noticed at the start of the game, a lot of persons were walking in the door. Now we're into the second half of the first game, and definitely it's getting, we're more halfway filled here. So it's coming up. Here's Baldoa for St. Kitts, zipping the ball there at the top of the key, and he's attacking the basket, but he's fouled by
Zachariah.
So a bit irresponsible foul reaching right across the body of the opponent, and Zachariah needs to value his presence on the team because he's one of the lead scorers. He shouldn't be making moves like that, but no. The games are getting more intense. Everyone is playing to their hardest. It's only a 4-point lead. This is where the maturity would come in.
And definitely players like Zachariah have been in Montserrat before. They came and they took part in the last tournament, the Under-25 tournament they had earlier a few years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago. So he's familiar with the court, the surface, and what it takes to win and work hard in this type of tournament. Both teams are very well coached. I must say good night to the Wadadli Elites. They're coached by none other than the legend Wanga, and of course Dr. Byron Andrew, and of course the St. Kitts team coached by the infamous Ghost, and managed well by Mr. Wendell Pemberton. Here comes the Wadadli Elites. Ball with number 8, who zips it to number 46. Ball slips out of his hands, they're a little bit hot. Here comes Sweet Sugar Boys, and the ball is out of bounds by a strip there by Antigua. Very well played defense. How's the defense, Coach Kenford?
And as I mentioned early on, for the Sugar Boys, I like to see the transition that they come up and they go down. They set up early. They're in their position early, as you can see. Watch them shifting across like they, like in a unit in sync.
Absolutely,
And
definitely.
goes
They're
up
very
and-
much in sync as they're playing that famous 2-3 defense. And Baldoa in transition gets that nice collect the ball and 1-2 to the basket.
He has been very quiet tonight, Jensen. So I wonder when it's time for him to explode, because he's a young, explosive player. He reminds me of Spud Webb back in his days. Just no dunk at the moment. As you can see, comes up, draws a foul off Andrew. His teammates give him that extra energy.
Well,
goes to the
definitely.
line.
Absolutely, and his teammates, that's one thing. When you're part of a unit that is working together, you will get the encouragement, not only from the bench and the coaches on the side, your team on the court, and that's very important. We want to say a special good night and a thank you to our sponsors. Where would we be without the government of Montserrat? The vision to keep the sports on Montserrat going forward and the support through the years. A special good night to the ZJB team who's bringing you this game live over 88.3 and 95.5. Of course, our platinum sponsor, Sarah, and other sponsors that may have chipped in to help us along the way, Bank of Montserrat Limited and Caribbean Alliance. Good night to our friends at Flow. They're giving us this fantastic network to work with, and we want to say thanks to all of them for the work and the support that they've given over the tournament thus far. So we have a little bit of conversation between senior referee Jeff Lane and one of the players from the Wadadli Elites as you look at the court. But approximately 7 minutes gone in the third quarter. What do you see happening next, Coach Daly? You've monitored the first half. What do you see happening here with the 9-point lead?
I think the Elites need to regroup, take a time out, regroup, because that lead came down to 2 at one point, and now it's gone back up to 10. 52 to the Sugar Boys to 42 to the Elites. We've got Zachariah at the top of the key. He gets it picked. Wiltshire grabs it, get bounced on the ground.
Yes,
Zachariah comes back and regains control of the ball with 18 seconds, and good shot from number 46.
Brody, Tiquan Brody.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Tiquan Brody, they are lining up for 3 points and well-needed points to break that streak by the Sugar Boys. Here's the captain, Tiquan Rogers, slipping that ball, but it's stolen by number 8 for Antigua. He jumps out of bounds and flicks it back into the court, and the ball still with the Sugar Boys. Number 8 collects it out of bounds.
He's moving well, Coach and Jenzil.
Yes.
Andrew is moving well. So,
very well.
And as we said, Kenton Weeks has done something, and he's been rejected from the young player Lopez Adams, and goes up, and a lovely conversion.
Brody looking for that foul, nothing's there. We've got Wiltshire at the top of the key. What does he do?
Wiltshire doing several pass fakes there, waiting for the right opportunity to pass to ensure he doesn't get a turnover. He's playing smart. Yes. I like what I'm seeing there from the SK Sugar Boys. He is 8 to number 46. Dribble penetration, tries to get it down on the baseline at the 3-point line. Captain Tiquan Rogers for St. Kitts gets the ball, and the big man collects the rebound, number 30 for the Wadadli Elites. He has 8 again, driving in a primary break. He's on the floor under the basket.
And a lovely tip by Adams.
Must be careful under there. If you attack like that, you must quickly get out, because when those trees start moving, when they come down, anything can happen. He has the big man for St. Kitts, who tries a run across the lane, sky hook.
That's Providence.
Providence looking well coming across that line, getting up there, showing his supremacy inside of the key.
I hope St. Kitts takes advantage of the length they have on the court. Right now they're in a 1-4 type of defense, it looks like. Spreading the court, trying to make sure they get those rebounds. Big man again, number 14 for Sugar Boys, gets the rebound again. And here's Baldoa bringing it over the half. As you see, being guarded by number 2, Zachariah for Wadadli Elites. And the big man there for Antigua, number 48, collecting that ball and getting it to the guard.
That's Adams,
Yes.
Lopez Adams. We've got Brody
taking
bounces
a
off the top.
A long 3-pointer there, necessarily early in the offensive attack. I would have waited a little longer, and here it is.
Put back by Wilkinson.
Put back there by Wilkinson.
We've got a 7-point lead. Great game for 4 minutes, 20 seconds in the third quarter. We've got Zachariah passing now to Andrews. Passes over to Brody at the 3-point line. Pumps it up. I think his feet were on that. Let's see if he gets a 2 or 3. He gets 2 for it. And Rogers for St. Kitts now with the ball coming to the pavilion. What end is
this? It's the sports center, it's the cultural center side. That's where we at. Number 46 for the Wadadli Elites. They're walking over. They have got to stay mentally locked into this game. As SK is remaining, defensive pressure is very high. Here's Baldoa, just keeping the zone pressure moderate at this time and allowing the Elites to find the gaps. But here comes the Elites, hopping that ball down into the key. A long 3 there by number 46, and Wadadli Elites collect the rebound. Hop step into the post. Here comes the big man for Antigua.
Blocked by Wilkinson.
Yes.
Now Wiltshire with the ball, drives, he's not going to stop, passes to Wilkinson, who gets that shot from under the basket. Very, very good teamwork there. Wilkinson and Rogers seem to have a combination. However, Wilkinson is the man for the team in my, from what I can see.
Definitely want to say good night to Mr. Jaish Shadwani, aka Mr. Sakawinki. What's happening?
Good night, everyone. Just tuned into the game. I just got into the studio, into the booth, and looking forward to great games with the Wadadli Elites versus the Sugar Boys, and also the Shamrocks versus the Skillful Ballers of the BVI.
It's good that you should say that. We want to invite everyone down to the Multipurpose Sports Center to see the primetime game, the game between the BVI and your Montserrat Shamrocks, coming up next.
I've just joined the studio at the booth, and what I can already realize is that the momentum that the Wadadli Elites have tonight is quite different from what they had when Jaden Andrew was absent. And
yes.
I can also see that number 46, who is Tequan Broody, is now no longer number 14. So I'm kind of curious why he changed his jersey, but that's that. Well, so far, what do you think of the game, Genzo?
So
Mr.
far,
Daly?
what I've been listening to online and what I've seen since I've been here is that these two teams have both stepped up in the semifinals. The defensive intensity has increased. The communication on the court as well has increased. I'm seeing a little bit of more patience on the passes as well. So the IQ of the players and how they're dissecting the defense is what I'm truly impressed with. I'm looking to see in this third quarter how the Elites can pull back the lead and make it a bit closer. St. Kitts still has a comfortable lead with 7 points there. 2 minutes and 33 seconds left in the third quarter.
Definitely. I'm very proud of how the St. Kitts Sugar Boys have played over the past 2 days, 3 days. And you can see this in their preparation as well. When they're warming up, they're very together, they're doing their stretches, and they're very uniform as a team. And we just want to make that observation out there for the public who can't really see stuff before or after the games.
And while you're describing, let's just look at the uniforms. How do you find the gentlemen attired this evening?
Well, I mean, all team members are well uniformed. Antigua's wearing black and orange. Sugar Boys are representing their flags with their red and green. I think the BVI Skillful Ballers had a few different colors. They had a few different jerseys, and the Montserrat Shamrocks, they had the white and green, white jersey and also the green jersey. So I think they're very well uniformed. I think the Sugar Boys have been consistent with their jerseys, but I have seen a few switches up with BVI and Montserrat.
Okay, so right now we have Baldoa. Yeah, Baldoa.
Guarded by Zachariah of Wadadli Elites. He drives, spins.
Collision under the basket, but I see a man on the floor seem to be hit very hard, and the referee will stop the play so that he can get back up to his feet. Collision under the key there, and that sometimes happens. We just pray nothing too serious happens to that player for the Sugar Boys.
Here we have the assistant coach to his rescue. I think Bebo is holding his side or his grind.
And we were just speaking about the work of Mr. Kenton Weeks and his team as it relates to making sure that these players recover quickly.
100%. Kenton Weeks has been very instrumental with his services in all aspects of sports in Montserrat, whether it be cricket, football, and basketball, maybe even tennis and golf, I'm not sure. But definitely, even when it comes to athletics down at the Little Bay Field, Mr. Kenton is always present and willing to assist when needed.
Mr. Daly, I'm going to speak a little bit about the scorers table. How have they been performing? The efficiency.
Yes, I think the team Cordella and the team Maba has done a wonderful job with the scores, with the stats, and I was just thinking about the game and the intensity level. I think before you guys came, there was a bit of an incident on the court where Coach Kingsley Liebert had to call the managers and speak to them. Referee Liebert had to keep the peace. So it's as I said, tonight is do or die. You go for first or you go for last. if you win,
I will not join you saying go for first or go for last. But it is definitely the semi-final. So if you're in Montserrat looking for some good, clean family fun, we invite you to come on down to the Little Bay Sports Center where you can see what's left of the first game, semi-final game between the Wadadli Elites and the St. Kitts Sugar Boys. Score now 60-53 in favor of the Sugar Boys. And this game is being officiated by 3 of the Montserrat referees. I see referee Jeff Lane, I see Kingsley Liebert, and of course former national player and member of the Salem Guns, Mr. Jamal Wade.
You should also add to the patrons that are in Montserrat, make sure you wear your raincoat when coming in, because it's a bit of rainy weather, it's a bit wet.
I will not
outside.
sit here and let you talk about the weather in Montserrat being rainy. As you see, Antigua driving, or it's SK rather, St. Kitts Sugar Boys driving, converting and getting that 2 point. But you were talking about the rain outside. We're playing in the shade. That's what I'll say to your comment about rain outside. Here's the Wadadli Elite. Zachariah, number 2, taking a long 3, but unfortunately cannot connect. The big man gets the ball. Here's number 30 spinning. He pops that shot a little bit high, gets above the rim, and tips it back patiently.
He has very good jumping ability.
Definitely.
Because he jumped up to laying the ball and then back up again, sprung back up just to tip it in. We got Rogers at the top of the key. He looks for Wiltshire, decides to give it to number 12. Back to Rogers, in, give and go, back to Wiltshire, who's
fakes, trips, and there's a turnover. Jaden Andrew with that steal, driving vigorously down into the paint,
and
throws it up and does not get it in.
No foul called there. And the coaches for the Wadadli Elites speaking to the referees, asking them, come on, let's look and see what's happening.
I think the quickness of that play just now caught the referees off guard on this side.
Perhaps.
It's possible.
But there is a timeout called with just about 1 minute and a little bit more remaining in the third quarter. The score is 55-62, and the Sugar Boys are in the lead.
And for those who are seeing the gentlemen on the court who have entered the arena, your home team, the Montserrat Shamrocks, have just walked into the venue and they are getting ready to take on the BVI Skillful Ballers next.
Denzel, what do you think the conversation was yesterday for the Montserrat Shamrocks? What do you think the coaches, the players had to say about last night's proceedings?
You're saying, well, after the game, because it was a lot of time.
After the game.
It's a face yourself moment. That's all one can say. You see, you judge your ability, what you've delivered, and you have to see how you can get out or improve the situation as the next opportunity presents itself. Horns are signaling on the court. They're going to resume some play. 1 minute and 9 seconds left in the third quarter. The matchup semi-final game between none other than St. Kitts Sugar Boys and the Wadadli Elites. Wadadli Elites coached by the infamous Coach Wanga, and of course St. Kitts Sugar Boys coached by Phillips, who is aka Ghost. Teams are managed by Dr. Byron Andrew for the Wadadli Elites, and the St. Kitts team is managed by Wendell Pemberton. Here's young Taquan Rogers crossing over at the half court. He's guarded by number 2 for Wadadli Elites, Zachariah. Screen on the ball. He's getting the defender on the back, bounce pass in the key. Has to be careful, 3 seconds could be called, but Taquan Rogers gets the ball with 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Long 3-point attempt, back on the iron. St. Kitts Sugar Boys gets the rebound. Taquan Rogers has the ball once again, zips it down in the post, but cannot convert. And here is the Wadadli Elites fighting for the rebound. 3 Sugar Boys around him, and Sugar Boys get back that ball. When that ball ricochets off the hands of 48 for the Wadadli Elites. 30 seconds left in the third.
Yes, and you can see the Elites are getting a bit hyped up because they're looking for calls and it's not happening. However, this is the game. You got to play the game and not call the game.
Absolutely, players play, referees referee, and the coaches has to coach.
Wilshire, powerful, under the basket, power move, up, gains another 2 points. St. Kitts goes into the third quarter, looks like with a 9-point lead. Let's see if Zachariah could convert something here.
Wilshire has been very effective in the paint. I've noticed it today and yesterday as well.
Boyd
he has been dominating that paint.
Boyd knocks down, jumping, a running floater and
running jump shot.
And St. Kitts leads 64 to Wadadli Elites 57, a 7-point lead going into the final quarter. Is it?
This is it.
What would you be saying in the Elites camp?
In the Elites camp, I would be telling the players that this time we're leaving it all on the floor. Don't worry about the fans. Don't worry about the coaching staff of the other team. Don't worry about the bench of the other team. You focus on the 5 of you on the court playing against the 5 defensive players at a time. And each possession is valuable. You have to value the possession. You must protect the ball. The ball is the most important thing. And the longer in football, there's a saying that they look to see how much percent of the time you have the ball in your possession. That too is important here in basketball, where you value the possession and you keep that ball because you're playing against time and you're also playing with score. So you have to beat your opponents with time and score, with the skill in between.
Definitely, but here for the Wadadli Elites, I think defense is the most important thing in the last quarter. They are down and they can't afford to let the Sugar Boys outscore them. So hardcore defense, protecting that paint, protecting that perimeter, because the Sugar Boys are very dominant in the paint and they also have that 3-ball advantage. So I would,
there's a combination for the Sugar Boys of Rogers and Wiltshire, and containing both players is not an easy thing to do. So the Elites do have a lot of work cut out for them in the fourth quarter.
Definitely. But I can see Belboda as he's preparing to get back on the court after that slight, I don't want to call it an injury, but a slight mishap. So I'm expecting to see him coming back very hard and bringing it home for the Sugar Boys. And at the same time, I can see Jaden Andrew and Zachariah there at the front court, just bringing it home for the Wadadli. So it will be a good game, and that's guaranteed. And we just have to see and may the best team win.
Absolutely. I think the spirits are going to be raising a little bit more intense here for the final quarter in this semi-final game. Gentlemen, I ask you to hold your breath and let's give them the best we can as it relates to the commentary. This night is brought to you, of course, by the government of Montserrat ZJB, supported by GIU. Our platinum sponsors for this tournament, none other than Sarah, and a special good night to our special sponsor, Flo.
Here on the court for the Wadadli Elites, we have Ronde Davis, Jaden Andrew, we have Tiran Zachariah, Orion Seraphine, and we have Lopez Adams.
If you're listening to the cheers, a big 3-pointer there by the Wadadli Elites. Here's Baldola bringing the ball over the half and cuts it into the hands of number 8, who's comfortable at the key. Elite playing a nice 2-3 defense at this point, and but St. Kitts fearless as they drive into the ear, and the ball signaled out of bounds. The referee heading to the western side of the sports center as the ball is inbounded. St. Kitts here in a 2-3 zone as well. No, they've switched it up. They've gone into a 3-2 zone with Baldoa at the top of the key, the 2 long, big forwards up front, and the smaller guards under the basket. Very interesting lineup for the St. Kitts on the defense.
Yeah, here for St. Kitts we have number 8, Leston Wiltshire, number 10, Leroy Wilkinson. We have number 3, Chavez Belboda, and we also have number 4, who is Dario Esdalea.
Yes,
forgive me. I'm saying your name wrong.
You're trying your best, but don't worry.
It's a bit of a Spanish or French double L down there, I don't know.
Collision off the court there as the guard falls again, and that's his second foul.
Yeah, that's Belboda again down.
A very hard foul there. Well, it's not a foul, but he definitely hit himself. That's the second serious collision he's had for the night. I hope that the referees somehow get some control of this game before it gets a little bit too far. The score, 64-62.
I see the coach here saying that something there. This is you know what I remember? 2014, senior year basketball, Antigua versus St. Kitts. There was a big fight that actually broke out. Were you on the team for Montserrat that year? 2014. Right at this very stadium.
At that time, a little bit hazy now, but a few things happened, yes, in the center. But I know going forward, what the Amateur Basketball Association will be doing is to ensure that all the players remain protected and we have a good exhibition as we have our fans across the world who are watching. So these
100%.
things happen, but we must control our tempers. I am going to part with you briefly as I speak with some members of the executive, and I'll return to you in approximately 1 minute.
Sure. So it's going to be me alone in the booth. I am Jahir Sadwani, also known as Saka Winky, here in Montserrat. We're very proud to bring this tournament together, and it's sponsored by the government of Montserrat, ZJB and GIU, Serra, Flow, Caribbean Alliance, Tropical Mansion Suites, and the Shea Mango Villa. At this time, the score is 64-62. We also
have This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health.
One of those golden apples for me?
Sure, Miss Lisa.
Can I speak to you a moment, please, Terry? Thanks, Terry. So, Renee told me that you were shouting at her, and I noticed a bruise on her left arm in class.
I've been trying to follow this positive discipline list, but she doesn't listen. I have 2 jobs, and by the time I get home, she doesn't want to go to sleep, and I can't deal with all her crying and disobedience.
I understand you must be exhausted. Does she have a routine to follow?
Not really. I make whatever is easiest as she does her homework, and I send her to bed. But she always manages to stay up for an extra 3 hours and ask 1,000,001 questions.
How about you try this? First of all, plan out all your meals for the week. Even if you're going to pick up the ingredients on the same day, knowing what you will cook will take some of the stress of wondering what to do. Then sit with her to review her homework. You guys can chat over dinner and then let her help you wash up. Give her the chance to ask questions, Terry. And make sure to ask her about her day as well. Then, when she's ready for bed, she has the chance to ask you just one more question before it's time for lights out.
That sounds like a lot of work.
In class, she asks questions all the time. It's her way of spending time with you. And I'm sure if you give her the chance to talk to you, she'll be more amenable to going to bed on time. And that means more free time for you.
So this positive discipline thing working for you?
To be honest, some days better than others. But I am getting a lot more practice seeing as he's spending most of his day with me now.
Okay, I'll give your suggestion a try.
And if you ever need someone to talk to or somebody to watch out for you while you work, I'm happy to help.
Thanks, Miss Lisa. Let me get going. I'm on to job number 2.
It's tough to care for a child when you're under stress as well. Ask a friend or family member to assist when you're having trouble coping. This message brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
Stop. It's time for dinner.
It's only a little bit.
I said it's dinner time, Jason.
After that, can I have candy?
You've had enough candy for the week.
But I didn't have any today.
I said no, Jason.
But Daddy always lets me.
Lines with the Mamba management and some officials. However, on the court.
Yeah, Belboda is not on the court. He has been replaced by number 4, who is not number 4. Sorry, I think.
Is it number 6 right here at the
No, the down in the corner there, who's guarded by Zachariah.
That's Rogers there. Number 5.
So then it was number 10 perhaps. Or number
So,
12.
who I haven't
Oh
seen
no, he was
is-
no, number 12. Number 12 is now on the court. Sorry, Jamal Forde.
And
My
you've got-
apologies.
You've got Esdale at number 4 for St. Kitts also.
Yeah, but he was there when Belbona was playing.
Okay.
So I think one of the players must have changed positions. One must have dropped back, and number 12 definitely on the court now for Belbona. Here we have it, an inbound play for the Sugar Boys.
And
the
that
referee
ruling
is-
was overturned by
Kingston
referee
Liber.
Liber is awarding the ball to the elites.
Elites. Now we have Randy Davis on the outside, initiating the inbound play to Jaden Andrew.
Yes, and
by number 4 of the Sugar Boys.
And the elites now have an opportunity to tie up the scores.
That's right.
Andrews at the top of the key, and there seems to be
The scoreboard
an
went
issue.
blank, so that's why I think the referees or the officials called.
Okay, and I was just outside. It's still raining. Hopefully the rain eases off in a few, and the patrons could come over to see the Shamrocks versus
the BVI. And as Jensen said, it's an indoor basketball arena, so make sure you make your way down. You might have to put on a coat to get through or to get in. However, once you're in, you're safe and sound, and you're here to support the Montserrat Shamrocks.
Okay, we've got Davis inbound into Zachariah for the elites. Passes to Andrew, who gets the screen, goes in a bit, passes back to Davis, who's playing patiently, waiting, giving it to Zachariah. Screen is set by number 48. Passes, pick and roll,
Shot
however.
clock violation.
However, they took too long.
Good defense by the
Very good defense. However, the
Sugar Boys.
The timing and keeping the time monitored was a problem.
Here we have Captain Tiquan Rogers coming down the court, guarded by Zachariah. Screen set, drive strong, and tipped in, missed by
Rebound
number 10.
Lopez, a bit of a scuffle.
And the Wadadli elites have possession of the ball. Here you have Jaden Andrew running up the court, guarded by number 4 of the Sugar Boys. To Zachariah, on the wing to Randy Davis. Back to Jaden Andrew, center court. Screen set, goes to the wing, dribbles, drives. To Randy Davis at the top of the key, 3-point attempt and misses. Number 4 drives down to number 8, drives hard, strong, and is a collision, loose ball. St. Kitts wins it. On the wing, dribble, guarded by Jet, and a foul called on Jaden Andrew.
Okay, and that foul is called on Rogers?
On Jaden Andrew.
He fouled Rogers?
He fouled Rogers, yes.
Okay.
A lot of aggression here in the fourth, coach.
Yes, as the time is winding down and you see hardly any movement in the score, but there's a lot happening on the floor.
100%.
And we've got Wilshire at the top of the key, passing over to Rogers in the middle.
Posts
Backs
up.
in, Zachariah tries to go up, and he's double teamed by Zachariah and Lopez, and the foul is called, and does he get it? He fell in.
But
Does he
no,
get it? No.
Basket doesn't count.
Foul on the ground? Yes, it's a foul on the ground. However, Rogers goes to the line.
Interesting game here. Score is very close, 64-62. Sugar Boys are in the lead. Here we have Captain Rogers at the line. Brody is in for Zachariah. Playing with number 46 tonight.
Zachariah number 246 is
in. Brody is in, yeah. He's no longer number 14. I'm quite curious as to why that change was made. It's number 5, just short of the rim. Jaden Andrew reminds Seraphine to box out. Sugar Boys. We have Captain taking his second free throw attempt. And misses both free throws. Seraphine with a rebound. Very well rebounded. Jaden Andrew. Drives and fouled.
And this may be an opportunity for the elites to tie up the scores. It's 7 minutes, 16 seconds in the fourth quarter. And the ball goes from the side, fall on the ground. Inbound to Davis, top of the key. Looks at Brewer, looks at Lopez, passes to Andrew. Being guarded, Andrew sets pass to and another shot clock violation, and this is the second one we've seen in the fourth quarter, and that shows that St. Kitts defense is definitely stepped up. Still a 2-point lead, score 64 Sugar Boys, 62 Elites, and Sugar Boys have control of the ball. Rogers at the top of the key, guarded by Andrews. A double screen came up. Rogers took to the right, and he's now on the left. Went up, lost it. Brody collides with Esdale, and a foul is called. That's Esdale with his first.
So,
all right, as you can see, guys, I'm back with you guys. As you can see now, the game has picked up a high level energy, a little rush of blood there for a moment, but we have it under control. So we are back now with the guys going there, and it's the Elites with 62, the Sugar Boys with 64. They're closing that gap, and now it's a 1-point lead. He has a next shot that he can tie the game with 6 minutes 46 seconds in the fourth. And now that we spoke about it earlier when Mr. Charles was here, even now the energy level, and now they understand that, hey, we want to get to the final. So a little rush of blood's nothing, that's the sport. So now it's up to both teams now to show what they got going into the final. And he drive, and he Brewer was still astonished that was a foul. He thought he had a clean block. Look at that. He's talking to the BVI guys who are up next against our very own Shamrock Boys.
So I think I've been making a consistent mistake throughout my commentary.
Ourselves as well. So we
I think because of an error on the paper, I've been calling Brewer Seraphine.
Yes, we had been doing that. So
we actually want to apologize to Brewer and his family and the Antiguan team members for that. My apologies. Here as the St. Kitts Sugar Boy number 5, Tequan Rogers misses his free throw. Very crucial in this stage of the game, and this is why it's so important to practice your free throws when you're tired at the end of the game or practice session.
And we get that box out, and yes, we did.
His second free throw attempt also missed. Here we have Brody to Jaden Andrew at the top of the key, guarded by Captain Rogers. Jaden calls for the screen as we have Remy. Drives to the wing, Brody at the wing, gets it
and it's converted, and the Wadadli Elites are going wild, looking over to the bench, and I think that's an offense, a technical. He has to be careful, telling the bench.
This is the lead change we have.
And a fumble, I hope,
it's a very strong fight. There's diving, there's 4 guys on the ground.
And it shows that the level now, we're having a contest.
Yeah, definitely.
We're having a contest.
We're having a semi-finals event here in Montserrat at the multi-purpose basketball arena between Antigua and St. Kitts. Who will come out victorious?
We've got 6 minutes left. St. Kitts has 3 timeouts. Antigua has 2. Let's see how they use this in the final minutes as the time counts down. And that's the first on Davis. On the Davis, number 27. Yesterday evening he got fouled out, but this evening he's very conservative.
Conservative, playing very clever, playing very smart, and I think he has time to think about his game going into tonight, knowing it's the final and they want to play the final.
It's the first time in the second half that the Elites have the lead.
Yes.
And now they're up by 3. Whistle called.
It's actually the first lead since the first quarter.
Oh wow, okay. Well, I wasn't here, so thanks for that, Coach Daly.
Pushing foul. Ball goes to the Wadadli Elites.
That's right.
I didn't pick up that call. Could you help me there, Davis?
No, I did not get a clear view of the action there.
Okay.
I think the Wadadlis were very happy with that call.
Yes.
Here we have Andrew coming down the court, just passing the halfway mark, guarded by number 4 of the Sugar Boys. Gives him a little shimmy. To Remy, spins, passes out to the wing. Ronde Davis fakes and loses.
Slips a bit, and there's a whistle. Ball goes now to St. Kitts.
That's right.
And the players in, we have number 14 for
number 10.
St. Kitts and Nevis. We have, is that Providence into the game. And we have number 10.
I think number 10 came off for number 14.
Providence is in. So we're up now with the captain for Tikwan Rogers coming up. Been guarded by screen was set. Andrew is marking him closely.
Pick and roll attempt. And
the line bird, the official line bird have called kickball. Is that a kickball?
Yes.
Ball
to the line, yes.
He tries to intercept it. Here we have an inbound play by the Sugar Boys. Captain himself is passing in the ball, guarded by Jaden Andrew.
Passes
Top
to
of the
Wilkinson.
court. You have Wilkinson driving, screen set. Pick and roll attempt, unsuccessful. Here we have them on the wing. And
another foul on Adams. He's fouled Esdale, who drove to the board.
Off the baseline. I haven't seen much of that baseline drive for the night, and very confident because every time you drive to that line, you collect that foul. And as you can see, the conversion rate coming from the baseline is not too high tonight. I wish we could have the figures from here, but I am saying no, we have a contest.
Definitely.
That's the 4th on Lopez, so he has to be very careful now going into the final minutes of the game. He's really needed because
they need him that
he
height.
has the height to get the rebounds, and also he has an offensive skill. So let's see how he plays for the next 5 minutes.
You cannot, they must know that you cannot make a change at this moment. While
definitely the score, it has been 67 for the Elites and 64 for the Sugar Boys. It has not changed, but will it change now that we have number 4 of the Sugar Boys here at the free throw line, taking 2 shots?
And what's happening also on the scoreboard, the Elites is in foul trouble. They've got 5 fouls on the board, so with 5 minutes left back, St. Kitts can take that to their advantage if they're watching what's happening, and once they get fouled, they go to the line and have an opportunity to get score. So we've got Esdale missing, and that's one thing I've realized. The missing, could be the tiredness. Yes. So let's see how.
And again, Lopez getting that rebound. He's showing.
Yes, he's needed. His value. He's showing his value, isn't it? And we've got Brewer
drawing that foul.
And that gives Antigua another opportunity to increase
the lead.
That's the 4th. Has it changed?
Well, now we have Zachariah in, and Court Ghost have called for the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys has called a timeout. And I think it's needed, guys. I think that timeout is needed. Let's get together, regroup. Let's get back to what we were doing while we were leading all the way in the different quarters. Now we're in the 4th quarter. It's time to tighten up ship. Let's get everything tight.
It's getting exciting. It's getting exciting.
Yes.
It's crunch time. 5 minutes left in the 4th quarter. Antigua is up by 3. Both teams are in foul trouble. What's it going to be, Coach? Are you making a call early?
I know Antigua is hungry. I know Antigua is on a high from winning yesterday evening. So they've won the number 1 team so far. So they're feeling, you know what, we can beat everyone. Remember, the first game, St. Kitts and Antigua, St. Kitts came out victorious.
Yes.
Right. So they also have something to prove to St. Kitts that they're not a walkover team. And this is the best time to prove it. However, the St. Kitts offense seem to have slowed down. They've missed probably 4 or 5 free throws consistently, so they seem to be tiring, or the good guys the guys on the court seem to be tiring a bit, and it's an interesting game that I would not call because I think these two teams are very, very similarly matched, and it comes down to who makes the better decision as the time goes down.
Here we have Remy Brewer at the line, preparing to shoot his free throws. 5 minutes left on the clock. The score remains 67-64, no change.
We're asking everyone to come down. I know it's raining on the outside, and if you did not see that, Remy has converted one of his 2 shots at the free throw line. We're asking everyone to come out. I know it's rain, but as Mr. Charles said, we have a cover. You know, we're indoors. So one of the facilities in the Caribbean that we are proud of. Yeah, and thanks to the government of Montserrat and the Maba, that was a good driving inside of the key, releasing that ball, using the board, using the getting up, driving in,
using his height
and getting up.
And that has been a signature play for Wiltshire. However, we got a foul drawn by Lopez on the other end of the court.
And he was going up. He's so tall. I thought he was going to stay in the air for about the next 5-10 seconds. Yes, he's floating.
The palm of his hand seemed to go at the top of the box above the rim. How he went up so high, and you can hear the rain pounding on the roofs.
Interestingly, look at what they're doing here. They have no one in the posting up, so they're ready for and the Wadadli elites are already in a defensive position here. So I'm loving that.
Well, I see it's a different sort of strategy they're using here. They're confident that their future shooters would do good. That's Brody doing a 50%. We've got Rogers now at the top of the key, signaling for some help. Wiltshire comes across, bumps by Andrews, and Wilkinson steps out of line, and the ball goes back to the Wadadli Elite.
And that's a lovely, smart defense from the captain, Jordan Andrew, coming across with that pick and roll. He got stuck in that pick and roll, but he moved his feet across the court, and that's
it's been more turnover there by the Wadadli elites. I'm not sure what that call was from Liburn. I wasn't watching, but there has been a turnover here. We have captain bringing down the ball, guarded by Andrew. Screen set, drive strong in, and gets it in. Gets it in
again. Two-handed. He bring it across from the right, bring it to his left, drawing everyone to the right, sticking them to the right, and releasing with his left. Coming off with the soft hands.
4 minutes remaining. The score is 68-69, and it moves on to 71-68 after that beautiful layup there by Captain Andrew of the Wadadli Elites.
And have you noticed that Bellboulder is back in?
Yes.
They've decided to put him back in because his importance for the next 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Wadadli Elites leading by 3. One possession game.
3 points, 3 minutes left, 46 seconds. Oof. Here we have Captain Rogers at the free throw line. We also have Bellboulder on the court. We have number 8, Wiltshire, number 10, Wilkinson, and we have number 12, Jamal Forde, sorry.
And that's a continuation of what we've been seeing with St. Kitts for the evening.
And missing those free throws. I think that's one thing the coach will have to take back to St. Kitts with the boys.
Just to add to that, for two, I'm wondering if it's the night, because they have been converting for the rest of the games from the free throw line, especially the captain. And now
we've got another foul for number 30, Bro.
Yes.
And I think that maybe his second.
Yes, and tonight he's not in so much of a foul trouble, because usually at this point he's in with 4 and holding.
That's his fourth.
This is fourth.
And he's asking where did that foul come from.
And he's a very valuable player for the Elites also. So now Lopez is in trouble. and Brewer is in trouble. So with a 3-point lead, I don't think St. Kitts is in a very bad position.
Yeah, but at the rate they are moving, they are missing all their free throws.
Wilkinson has just missed his first attempt. He's going up, soft hands, and he missed again.
The second one as well.
Lopez goes up, got that rebound. Now Andrew comes down the court. Just going over the half, taking his time.
Guarded by Belboda, screen set. Of no use to Andrew.
And he's using the clock. He's using the clock, taking out every ounce of the clock.
Drives hard, past the Brewer, and he misses.
Rogers now drives down, goes to the middle,
takes all the contact.
Nothing
no
there,
foul
no call, and it's without the ball.
Slowing down the game. Down the game is Brody. Very strategic. Zachariah on the wing. Back to Brody. Takes the 3. It does not get it in. Rebounded by St. Kitts. We have number 8.
Wilkinson goes up, goes around the ring, rebound, grabbed, and possession goes to
the Wadadli Elites.
Who lead by 3 points, score 71-68 with 2 minutes 53 seconds in the fourth quarter.
Just under 3 minutes remaining, and there's still a 3-point lead. A lot of that layup that Brewer missed just now could have been the determining factor of who would have been the winner tonight. So,
And that's a timeout again from the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys. I think this is the time now the Coach Ghost, is putting that philosophy in those guys. As you can see, everyone's listening attentively. So that's something that I've picked up. And look at the Wadadli Elites huddled around the coach, giving their last instructions with, as you say, was it 3 minutes?
Yeah,
3 minutes on the clock with, 3 points?
3-point
lead.
Yeah.
Foul trouble both teams.
Very good game.
Yes.
Very high level.
Yes.
Missing layups and free throws at this stage in the game has a big impact on a player's ability, especially if they're not mentally strong, if they get anxious, if they get nervous on that court when they're missing, especially if your teammates are not supportive, it can take a toll on a player.
Yes.
So it's...
Well, I think the level these guys play at, they only learn from their mistakes. We've got Zachariah grabbing that rebound. Andrews now in control with 2 minutes 47 left in the fourth, 17 seconds on the shot clock. Andrew passes it into Lopez, however it's deflected, and now it's St. Kitts' ball. And Rogers drives down.
Steal by Jaden Andrew on the fast break as he goes in clear. Easy layup, beautiful, soft hands. He wanted a foul but did not get it.
And we have a St. Kitts player who slipped and fell on the ground, number 10. That's Wilkinson. Hope he's all right. He walks it off. And Antigua moves up to 73.
Could that turnover be the game, Coach Daly?
No, it's
very good hands by
Jaden. It's too close to call as yet. You got 2 minutes. A lot of things can happen in 2 minutes. Yeah, so it's too close to call. Both teams similarly matched. Wilkinson at the top of the key. He's the explosive guy. Passes to Belboda. He passes over to Rogers, who drives through. And what happens here? A call by Liebert. If it's a foul, it's a Wadadli ball. And Wadadli Elites, they celebrate every time they get
possession in their favor. But I can definitely see a difference in the momentum of the Wadadli Elites with Jaden Andrew on the court. He's a very good leader, as it seems, instructing his players where he wants them, making plays for himself and also setting them up for the employers. He drives to the wing,
gives it
misses,
to Brody,
but a putback attempt also by Lopez, but he misses.
Boyd rebounds now, and Rogers drives up. What does he do? He tries to get it to Wilkinson, who drives the baseline, missteps, grabs his rebound and puts it back.
Very important basket by the Sugar Boys. They needed that at this stage.
Has asked for a full court press, but the team went back into their defensive position in their half.
And they gave Andrews a bit of space.
And Zachariah converts with a big 3 at this moment with 1 1.3.
Oh, number 8.
Wilkinson is fouled.
Wilkinson, yeah.
Wilshire, yes.
Wilshire is fouled.
Number 8, yes.
As you can see now, Andrew called his team, having a little prep talk.
I can definitely see the difference that Andrew has on the Wadadli Elites. He's very motivating. Definitely some leadership qualities seen there by in Jaden Andrew.
So this is where the free throws count. If these two don't make it, it puts St. Kitts even further back.
In a very difficult situation to come back. And now, you see all the free throws that they missed, you see where they count.
And that's one. So
makes
now...
it. Yes, he beats his chest. He makes it.
Yes, he's breaking the spell of that
of tonight's
drought, free throw drought.
That's right.
And as I mentioned before, it would be nice to see the stats for the inside of that area, the free goals and everything inside.
He makes both shots.
And he makes both shots.
Score is now 72 to 76 with Wadadli Elites in the lead. Just a 4-point difference with 1 minute and 20 something seconds in the final quarter.
And we're asking everyone to still come down because our very own guys are up next. Our Montserrat Shamrock boys, they're in a well-needed win tonight against the BVI Skillful Ballers, who have impressed everyone so far with their leader, Mr. Antoine Robinson, and the whole team. And we have now a timeout, still a timeout.
Yes, we've got 30 seconds left in the timeout.
Timeout, and I'm saying kudos to the MABA Association, along with the all the islands who are here,
who
taking part, participating in this event. I hope it's as everyone's asking, would this be regular?
It should be. They even said that we should have multiple in a year.
Yes.
We had a conversation with Brian Andrew yesterday, and he was like, we need to make this a more frequent occurrence, as he was suggesting towards bring his team down during the summer. This can be under 18, under 20. And I think that's something that MABA and the government of Montserrat should definitely look into, because it exposes our players to players in the region, and this helps with development.
And with the help of the GIU and ZJB, it's being broadcasted live around the world. And today, our next fan of mine from England, all the way in Preston, saying, yes, we're watching, keep it going.
Tuned in.
And they're tuned in. A lot of talent here in Montserrat, and a lot of talent for these other 3 islands who are here. Take
Back
it away.
to the court, we have Jaden Andrew at the top of the key. Settles the game, running down that clock. 14 seconds and counting on the shot clock. Drives strong with the left hand, and a putback attempt, but missed by Lopez. We have the Sugar Boys on the attack. Drive hard is Wilshire. Misses the putback attempt, and a foul called by official Lane.
Well, let's see who picked up that foul. It's very interesting.
Foul call on number 2, Zachariah.
Okay.
Wilshire goes back to the line. He converted 2.
Number 2 or number 2? Number 2.
It's the second. It's only his second foul. Zachariah has been playing really at a high level this evening. He's been very good on the defense and amazing on the offense with his threes.
He definitely on the perimeter. He's been very effective tonight. Made a lot of crucial threes.
Yes, and Wilshire is in it to win it.
Definitely, he's not missing them this time.
And if this goes in, folks, we have a game.
2-point game if this goes in.
With 1 minute left, in 1 minute 6 seconds left in the...
He gets it in.
I wonder if now coach will call for a full court press, or he will...
It's a man-to-man.
It's a man-to-man.
Every man is guarded. Jaden Andrew pushes them off ball movement. Zachariah with the ball. Cannot pass the free throw line on the other end. Here we have Jaden Andrew moving forward, and a foul.
Is it a foul or is it an outside ball? Ball stays with Antigua.
It's bonus. They're in bonus. So it's
slip out or tip out by St. Kitts.
Oh, it's out of bounds. So no foul call then?
Yes, it's not a foul call. It's not a foul call. It's out of bounds by St. Kitts.
Yes.
So they continue with the man-to-man press.
And if you see Buju, Marlon Buju Charles running, helping with the court.
Every opportunity to slow down the game. Now they're calling for the court to be wiped. There's a timeout called.
Oof. Yes. This is the excitement.
This is semi-finals.
Yes.
This is semi-finals antics. That's what it is. Semi-final antics.
And it wasn't planned. It's a natural. It's natural. So this is where now everyone is glued in. The folks back in Wadadli 268 and BVI, I think it's 246. Is it 246? And they're here locked in to this moment where now you have 1 minute on the clock. A 2-point lead by the Wadadli Elites and the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys with 74. Two teams in foul trouble. Yes.
And the possession goes to the Elites.
And look at this. Yes. And look again. The Elites have no more timeout.
Yes.
So.
Crunch time.
Sugar Boys have one left.
Yeah.
I think they will have to use it.
If they get the opportunity, I think they would. However,
they have to.
Any basket now has to be converted. Either team needs to convert. Convert to get 4 points lead or convert to tie the game.
Yes.
Man-to-man defense here, very strong. Brewer with the ball, driving in, bounces.
Two guys on his shoulders.
Foul.
Did he get the foul?
Yes,
he draw the foul. Very big play by the big man. Going up, his teammates are giving him that, yes, please convert these two so we can have a little breathing space.
If he gets these two shots in,
well,
it applies a lot of pressure on the Sugar Boys. Because now it changes the game from a one-possession game to a two-possession game.
Yes.
However, when you look at Brewer's free throw history, he makes 50%.
Yeah.
So let's see if he can get 100% this time around.
Let's see what that field is saying with 58.2 seconds on the clock.
So here we have Remy Brewer bouncing as he gets ready to shoot his first attempt at the free throw line. Gets it in.
Gets it in. It's 77-74. And he goes for his second.
Oh boy, this game is getting exciting.
I'm getting it.
The Sugar Boys are sweating. Remy here for a second. Gets it
converted.
This is now a two-possession game for the Sugar Boys. Whistle called.
And
timeout.
No.
Oh, technical. What?
No. Timeout. No.
Substitution. They're exchanging Boyd for Esdale. Number 4.
Interesting.
Yeah, number 4
Interesting.
That's a.
So Esdale would be driving that ball forward, and my boy Chavez Belboda has been very quiet. This is the time he needs to come up with that 3.
Number 4 drives and gets it in. Gets it in. Now we're back to a 2-point lead.
51 seconds.
Who would you foul now? Who would you send to the line
now? Has the ball. He's got it stripped. Number 10 puts it up. There's no call. And Esdale has the ball. Rogers
captain drives and
Rogers fouled. With 40 seconds left, Rogers is fouled. And we've got Rogers back to the line. However, Rogers hasn't been making his free throws.
Well, I would say, what was that by Esdale? Was it alley hoop for a ghost? Because I don't know why that ball went up there. There was a ghost or the ball must have slipped out of his hand because I'm wondering. Yeah.
Number 11 back on the court, just been subbed off and he's back in.
And Lopez is okay. Yes, he is.
So now more than ever, Tiquan Rogers, he needs to convert these two free throws, and he's at the line.
I have a song for this. Captain, the ship is sinking. Captain, the free throws is a must.
And he converts.
Gets it in, indeed. That's 77-78. There's a 1-point difference, and he has one more attempt at the free throw line.
Do you think this evening we can have our first game that goes into overtime?
It would be nice to see an overtime with these guys because now
there's a lot of foul trouble.
Yes.
and the game is now tied with just about 40 seconds remaining. Jaden Andrew guarded very vigorously by number 4.
Esdale guards
At the top
Andrews.
of the key. He's no longer slowing down the game. He's now dribbling, trying to get past him. Still at the top of the key. Crossover. Gets in the middle.
Passes out to Brewer, who
Takes
goes
a
for the 3. And he goes off
just
the
off
board.
the rim.
Wilkinson.
Fast break and a turnover.
A turnover.
Yes,
and the way both these teams, as I was saying, they're so evenly matched up, it wouldn't surprise me.
Quick transition.
That the defense is going to just stay like this and we go
Shot clock is no longer in existence. It's
11
10 seconds on the shot clock.
They cannot foul, and Andrews with
Jaden.
the ball. Boyd bounces to Esdale, and Andrews goes to the line. Andrews goes to the line with 3.4 seconds. 3.4.
And we have a game. If you're out there in Radio Land, if you're out there watching us on the live, this is the game. This is basketball. This is what we've been waiting for so long. And now the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys coach Ghost has caught. Is it a timeout or it's a no? Yes, Chavez sat down on the chair like he is saying, why did you foul him? Why did you foul him? And I think this is the time, as I was saying, Coach Daly, for these young players to experience something like this in a competition of this magnitude.
Yeah, definitely.
To get that experience now to go with them to the rest of their lives. Remember, the game is the teacher.
Yes,
so now the game is teaching these guys emotions, getting there, how to control, how to get your team back together. And he goes up, yes?
Jaden Andrew
misses
his first free throw.
Misses. The score is still 78
to 78.
And you can hear the crowd because you remember they have their little fan base in the left, so you hear the crowd. No,
as you said, this is what makes them into men
the most. He's gonna remember that foul for the rest of his life, and Jaden Andrews gonna remember this free throw for the rest of his life.
And he bounces
and he converts.
3.4 seconds left. And there's a timeout by St. Kitts.
I love St. Kitts coach.
Yes.
I love St. Kitts. He reminds me of NBA.
Yes.
You know, those antics, that movement up and down to the scorers, to the referees.
But this is why you have timeout. Your timeout is there for you to take that initiative to control the game, speed it up, slow it down.
Remember, I said they would have to use this timeout.
Yes.
You know, I said it a minute and something ago.
And I remember the time out brings them half court, so I wonder what play. And I'm wondering if the Wadadli elites are going to make them drive, because you cannot send them to the line. Wonder if they're going to let them drive. As soon as that ball gets in, it must be dispatched. It's an exciting.
Any foul at this moment on the Sugar Boys takes them to the line.
And I'm saying,
so they need to make sure that they don't commit a foul. The Wadadli elites need to make sure.
Who do you think the inbound will go to? For
number 8.
But I am saying no.
What about the captain?
They might have something up their sleeve, because I know
I'm on my feet.
This area now, this is for young Balboa, who has been very good from outside.
Number 8 is on the inbound play.
Aye.
So
have a look at Chavez.
Belboda's been guarded
number
by
5.
Zacharias.
Goes to Belboda.
I'm telling you, as I know, that ball had to go to Chavez Balboda. Watching these guys for the whole time is the only, and the St. Kitts player asking for a foul, Ghosts are asking for a foul, and no, don't do that, sir.
There's a lot of taunting down there on the Wadadli Bells. A lot of taunting. He's singing some Burna Boy, bye bye, oh.
So, Wadadli goes for the first place position tomorrow night. St. Kitts goes for last place. That's how it goes.
I wanted a better ending to that.
I don't know how much better you can get.
I wanted a better ending.
That was exciting. That was an exciting encounter. That's one of the first match
I would have
against St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys against Wadadli Elites, and the score was 78 to 79 with a lovely play with 3.2 seconds. And I think they were asking for that foul, but I saw nothing but extended arms, and Belboda did not get that time to throw that 3-pointer.
I would have loved to see that 3-point to go through. Make or not make, I would love to see that.
Straight through and touching the rim.
Doing something. Just biting man. I would have loved to see the fact that he never got to the rim and he didn't get the foul as well. I don't know.
Well, from seeing Zachariah guarding Bellboda, I knew that it would be very difficult to launch a shot on Zachariah.
I don't understand why number 8 was passing in the ball. That's for me.
The go-to guy really is Bellboda, but he, as I mentioned before, he has been very quiet for the evening.
For the evening.
But
Yes.
I know
Number
watching
8.
they would give him that responsibility because he's fearless.
When you have 3-point-something seconds on the clock, and you have a player like Wiltshire, who is dominating that paint, who drives in, gets the foul, and finishes so well, I would have never put him on that. I would have never put him on that inbound play to pass in that ball. I don't know.
Well, right now, guys, we're here.
The game is over.
We're here.
The game is over.
And up next, we have the
Skillful Ballers.
BVI Skillful Ballers versus the Montserrat Shamrocks' very own Emerald Isle players. They're up against a defiant 5-man strong team. As you can see, they're in their black with their yellow stripes across. You have Antoine Robinson, a player who scores, his average is 42.
Wow.
You know, and
wow.
Very, very dominant player. As you can see, he's wrapped up. He's well wrapped. I think by the time this tournament is over, he's a mummy because he's well wrapped. And you have young Jekwan Hodge, who has stepped up in this game as well. You have Andrew Mitchum, number 10, Requan Pai, number 3, Shaquem Tyson, and the injured player who's on the bench, Dory Joseph Louis, number 5. And I haven't seen him for the evening. Very talented player that I've heard. Seen some clips. Very, very talented. Coach Daly, the guys for Montserrat Shamrocks, or you want to take it away?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the captain Magic Weeks. We have Kristen Yearwood, Jordan Ryan, Teshawn Phillip, Jazik Weeks, Steve Rodney, Keanu Woods, Robin Johnson, and Kosi Wilson, Shaquan Wade, Rasan Thomas, Devon Sweeney, Jeshwan Fenton, Jemuel Kaby, and Lotis Martin.
Yes.
You know what's very important with tournaments like these is the networks that our players get as it relates to with players against the different islands. For example, now Jordan could probably go to BVI or Antigua, and he has a friend there and they play the same sport. He could probably get into a team in Antigua, in BVI, and it's very important for them to build these networks. Even if you go for vacation, you have a friend, and you know it's
and even the competition, playing against semi-skilled or semi-pro guys who are playing in Europe and other places. Now you get someone who sees your talent, and maybe they could say something. You know what? Whenever their team is looking for someone, you know what? We know some people in the Caribbean who are available and who would like to come and play professional or semi-pro. 100%. So it is a very good networking opportunity.
Yeah. That's right.
All right, so guys, we're here, we're ready, and I think we need to go back to those guys and see who's paying the bills. We need to go back, so we're going to go back, and we will join you in less than 14 minutes. We'll be back on center for the Shamrock, your very own Montserrat Shamrock guys against the BVI Skillful Ballers. So stay tuned. If you're on your way here, please make your way, because we have an exciting grand finale this evening. So now we take you back to Master.
Folk songs of my ancestors, O land of the
Information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the government of Montserrat.
Try that song again for me, please, Jason.
No, I want to watch TV.
Not until you finish your math.
No!
Give me faith and patience here today. Child, you're going to sit there until I tell you to move. Hell, what did I do with that belt?
Take deep breaths and think of another way to reach your goal.
All well and good for you to say. You don't see how he's trying me. Okay. Take deep breaths. Think of another way to reach your goal. Baby, you're tired of sitting down, huh?
Yes, can we finish work tomorrow?
No, because we have more schoolwork to do tomorrow. Here's what. How about we watch a funny video? I'll let you choose. Then we go right back to finishing off the work. If you finish before bedtime, I'll let you watch some more videos until it's time to say goodnight.
Deal.
Deal. I'll get the hang of this positive discipline thing.
You can positively discipline your child without the use of beatings or harsh words. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station.
Good evening, good evening. Today in the studio, in the booth, we have Jaden Andrew, and Tiran Zachariah of the Wadadli Elites. I have a few questions for you guys now that you are finalists here in the MABA Invitational Basketball Tournament here in Montserrat. What are your feelings at this present moment?
You know, we was ready to play tomorrow. Good to get a win because we took 2 losses in a row. I was out for a while, and the team was struggling a little bit, but now we're back on the right track. So we're excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know, we just stick together through our losses. We never gave up, put up a fight, and we came out with a W on the top. But it's not over yet until we get our last win.
Zachariah, you have been very dominant on the perimeter, in the paint throughout the entire tournament. Jaden, you said you missed a few shots. However, leading up to the tournament, players had a few chit-chats about you playing in Italy and being a very good leader for your team. I see you motivating them. I see you calling plays and executing shots. What would you say to your fellow teammates or your fellow competitors in this tournament, being that you are a international player at this point?
You know, just to keep working hard. You know, I started out bad. I've been out for like 3 weeks now. So this is my first time actually playing since my injury. So I just trying to get back on the right track. You know, encourage my teammates. And we just all trying to get better out here.
Now, take me back a few weeks before this tournament. What was it like preparing for this invitational? How would you guys training? I think Mr. Brian Andrew was saying you guys love training in Antigua. Just take me through that process. How was it?
Well, you know, we practiced 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Fridays, and you know, we just kept going. We just had to, when we heard that the tournament was coming up, we had to run every day, 24 back and forth. You know, it was hard, but we stuck through it, and we're here now. And all we have to do is just put the work that we put in onto the court and just do the basics.
Some of our players were actually up in Antigua earlier this year. We had Jordan Ryan at the Jumpstart Ball. He and you guys were at the same camp, so are you guys familiar with each other? You play with him?
Yeah, definitely. Big man, right?
Yeah, he's good at play.
Yeah, he played really good at Antigua. You know the game. He got the game winning dunk. Yeah, so yeah, we definitely see him.
You definitely see him. Yeah. So after taking 2 losses in the tournament, where was your team mentally? Were you guys still keeping strong? Were you like, okay, now we have to go harder? Now this motivates us to go 10 times that we were before.
Yeah, you know, we stayed composed, we stayed steady. We knew that if we weren't playing our best basketball at all, that we made a big mistake in the first game, but we just tried to correct that. Second game, it didn't go our way, but we just stuck together, game plan the right way, and we came up with W's.
Tournaments like these are very important for youth development, for team building. What has this done for you, and how much more of this would you like to see in the future?
Well, we have been together for a very long time, at least 6 years. And, you know, for me, I messed up on the first game. I'm not going to even lie, I messed up. But when I got home, you know, they came at me, they're like, yo, that's not it. But together we kept the chemistry. We said, hey, we get the next one. We have the next one. Just play hard. You know, we never gave up, and we just stick together, unity, straight through.
Ahead of tonight's game with BVI and Montserrat, who would you like to go forward with in the finals with? What are your expectations? Who you want to go up against?
It doesn't really matter, you know. We got the win against BVI, but we also got the loss against Montserrat, the bad loss, plus home crowd, you know, that'd be a fun game. So it doesn't really matter. We just look forward to playing whoever.
All right, well, thank you for joining me in the booth, Jaden and Tiran Zachariah. I was wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
And I hope you guys have an injury-free and a successful tournament going forward. Hopefully we see you next year.
Definitely.
This humble warrior, spirit tattoo, dance with me, dance with me, guide me to my destiny. Dance, 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 dance with me. The storm is upon us, chaos falling like rain. It's a time for killing. There's no escaping the tears and the pain. I have no fear, just a mythical blade and a haunting memory. Beyond the gates of heaven, a mermaid is loving me. The trail of redemption, vengeance brought us here. The storm is upon us. This will be my only prayer. Spirit tattoo, dance with me. Dance with me. Guide me to my destiny. Shadow of my ancestor, protect this humble warrior. Spirit tattoo, dance with me. Dance with me. Guide me to my destiny. Dance. 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 Dance with me. Spirit tattoo, dance with me. Dance with me. Shadow of my ancestor, dance with me. Dance with me. Spirit tattoo, dance with me. Dance.
Good evening, Montserrat. Good evening, Leeward Islands. Welcome to the semi-finals main event this evening between your Montserrat Shamrocks and, of course, the BVI Elite Ballers. Good night, Mr. Daly, and welcome to the commentary booth for the final game of the night.
Good evening, everyone locked in. This is the main event. Montserrat goes up against the BVI for position in the finals, whether everyone wants to be first. However, as I noticed a while ago, now everyone is going to be having a happy outcome after this evening. We got Shaq Wade, who grabbed that
tip ball there.
Position, yes, and we've got Margaret Weeks at the top of the key, passing to Yearwood, who's at the top of the key, drives in the bit of contact, passes to Ryan, who goes up and gets an easy two.
Jordan Ryan, big man for Montserrat, putting 2 points there on the glass. 9 minutes and 39 seconds left in this, the first quarter. Here are the BVI Elite Ballers. And Teshawn Phillip marking number one, Mr. Antoine Robinson, who has racked up quite a bit of points here in this tournament. It's 4 days into this tournament, and he's done a bit of damage.
Yes, and Teshawn Phillip has to be very careful with the movement of the arms. He can keep it up. However, slapping it down is going to create some problems. We've got Robinson trying to get past Weeks, but he has to pass it off to Faye, who now loses the ball as he tries to pass to young Hodge, and
here
Philip
comes the
at top of
Shamrocks.
key. Yes.
Ball
And
into
Moraine
Crystal
in
Hugh.
the middle, and is there a 3-second violation?
They call traveling on Moraine. The ball will be awarded to the BVI. Starters for the Shamrocks this evening: Deshaun Phillip, Kristen Moraine. We see Jordan Ryan, Magic Weeks, and Shaquan Wade. And for the BVI, you have Antoine Robinson, Jacquan Hodge, Andre Mitchum, Riquan Foy, and Shaheem Tyson. Here is Shamrocks getting the rebound. Deshaun Phillip getting the rebound, but Antoine Robinson wrestling the ball away from him there. Very strong attack. Here is Shaquan getting the loose ball and bringing the ball over the half. He's cruising. Still in the primary break. He takes a long jump shot, a long 2-point shot, and doesn't hit the basket. But big man for BVI, that's Andre Mitchum, collects the rebound and gets it into the point guard's hands.
Yes, and we've got Robinson now at the top of the key being guarded by Phillip, who Robinson passes it around. Mitchum tries for the 2 and he makes it. The score is tied at 2-all.
That's the first time we've seen Mitchum attempt a shot like that. He hasn't been doing much shooting.
He's more of an inside guy, a rebounder, and he puts it back. He works on the inside, but he's showing that he's capable of making those 2 points from around the key area.
Here's Shaquan Wade for Montserrat Shamrocks, getting into Magic Weeks, who is driving to the basket, but the ball stolen there. Kristen Moraine getting the ball and getting back to Shaquan. Hits the back iron, and Antoine Robinson collecting the rebound. He's bringing it over the half. I pray the Montserrat teams. Oh, I see some aggression there by the Shamrocks. Shaquan grabbing that ball, trying to get a jump ball. And I like what I'm seeing from Montserrat this evening as it relates to game intensity.
Yes, and everyone is fresh. However, you could notice that the BVI are not as fresh. Everyone else is fresh, but the BVI, you can see they're laboring through in this early first quarter. Tyson goes for the sky hook, misses. Mitchum could hardly get up to rebound. Then we got Phillips.
Deshaun Phillip definitely trying to get the ball. He gets it back to Jordan Ryan, big man for Montserrat. Here's Magic Weeks getting the ball, but he missed. Here's number 9 for BVI. He converts, bringing the score now to 4-2 in favor of the BVI elite ballers. Kristen Moraine getting the ball, passing it up to Shaquan Wade, who's on the wing, who's going to look for the man in the middle. Teshawn catches the ball, slipped up a little bit, takes a long 3-pointer there, about 2 feet outside the 3-point line, and Kristen Moraine trying to chase down the loose ball. But here comes number 9, Jacquan Hodge for BVI. He's in an ISO play. Misses the ball, but Foy, number 3 for BVI, collect the rebound and put back. Score now 6-2. 6 minutes and 43 seconds left in the first quarter. Says good night to Coach Kenford Samuels. Thanks, Kenford. How have you been doing this evening?
I'm good. After that lovely game that we just had, I hope this one can step up to that same level that we've just seen.
Yes, just a bit of excitement we just had down at the Sports Center between the Antigua Sugar Boys, the Antigua Wadadli Elites versus the Sugar Boys for St. Kitts. So we have a drive here by the Shamrocks, but that's stopped by Antoine Robinson for the BVI, playing some defense on the guard and some crossovers at the top of the key, where Shaquan lost his feet, and here's coming Antoine to Hodge, who's trying to put the ball in the basket. Here comes Tyson to back them up and gets the rebound, sticks it back in there. 5 minutes 55 left,
and it's counting down quite fast, and the Shamrocks need to figure out how they're going to get some points on the board. They've made some attempts, they have not been successful. Let's see what happens. Drake with a drive to the board, misses. Faye rebounds, and now Hodge leaks out at the baseline. Faye is looking around. He gives it to Hodge. Hodge on the 3-point line.
Nice shot.
Ryan goes in,
2.
passes to Mitchum, and it's 2 more points. The score moves now
to 10.
No.
There's an official call.
Buju calls. Referee Charles does signal 2 points, so the basket is good. Officials for this evening, another Mr. Knight from Antigua. We have Mr. Charles from Antigua as well, and the third referee this evening, our friend across the waters from St. Kitts. He's doing a great job. So all referees working hard here for the tournament. I want to say special thank you to them for the efforts that they've been putting out. This game is being cheered, and I would say the table is being managed by us. The bench is being managed by Miss Clarissa Yearwood, Miss Cordelia Yearwood, I see Tevik Benjamin, and I see Mr. Calvin Lewis.
And also Miss Rihanna Mead
Has joined the party. Yes.
Tonight, guys, I will ask a question. From Montserrat Shamrocks, how do they approach this game knowing that, yes, a final is around the corner? I'll talk to you first, Mrs. Skerritt.
A final is around the corner. You must step up your intensity here in the semi-finals. This is do or die, as Coach Daly said previously. And I think the Shamrocks need to turn up the intensity with about 5 minutes left in this first quarter to show that they are here to compete and definitely not to participate.
Quick one, Mr. Daly.
Yes, and tonight is what we call a complete reset. But it's regular season is over, now it's the playoffs.
Okay then.
Yes, that's how
Take it away, sir.
Deshaun goes up for the three, bounces off the front of the ring, and pass, rebound by Drake, who passes, gets the ball to Jordan, and it's bouncing off the ring, but it's not dropping, and the ball stays with the Shamrocks. Do you think they would change that style of a play, and let's see more driving to the board, as you were indicating the points in the paint? How does that convert?
I think using everything, using driving into the paint, using Phillips, also Shakwan outside, getting that shot up as much as possible, trying every angle to put the BVI ballers, stretch them out as much as possible, let them run across the court. As you can see, it's 5 players. So now, tonight is the night that you wear them down, if they can be worn down.
And I think really that number 4 for the BVI, he's one of their key players, and he plays very aggressive, and he is always on the edge of being in foul trouble. So maybe they can try and target him to see if they can get him off the court and get some more space for getting those rebounds. But he really does take them down. That's another 2 points, and containing Faye and Robinson is going to be key part of playing this game.
Here we have Tejan Phillip as we return to courtside with the commentary, getting the ball to Kristen Moraine, who gets it to Jordan Ryan, who is dribbling across, trying to get the ball into the big man Kristen Moraine. Unfortunately stolen there by Antoine Robinson, who has now Jordan, a mismatch collect, but Foy for BVI collects the rebound, and Hodge chases it down on the ground, gets it back to Antoine Robinson, and Foy taking the 3, and that 3-pointer is good. Score now 15-3, and BVI, the skillful ballers, putting up quite an offensive attack here with about 3 minutes and 55 seconds left in the first quarter. Bounce pass to Jordan Ryan.
And that's his second on Tyson in the first quarter. Interesting proceedings as we continue here, and that's what I was speaking about earlier. How they would take advantage of that aggressive nature of Tyson, get him in a bit of trouble, and then you will see him draw back. If he even gets 3 fouls on him, he would draw back and basically allow you to just run through him.
Absolutely. Good observation there, Coach Daly. As we see substitutions for Montserrat, Steven Rodney joining the fray, and Jazik Weeks joining. Here's Hodge, number 9 for the BVI skillful ballers, attacking the defense and pulling back. Gets it down to Mitchum at the high post. Gets it to Tyson, the big man, 6'9", wearing the 4 jersey. 2 points for the big man as he attacks on the post. That's the first post play we've seen for the evening, gentlemen. How effective and impactful would these post plays be going forward in this game?
I'm using his height, and you notice that he's using that inside of the key. Simple turn and a simple layup after glass. Shamrock boys have to be mindful inside. They put in 2 guards inside, helping to put him off of that shot.
I think that's part of the strategy, double teaming Tyson or anyone who comes in the middle.
Here's Jazik Weeks advancing the ball over the half. Gets it to Jordan Ryan. This evening he seems to be playing a point guard position. Gets it to Shaqon Wade, who dribbles in and out and launches a 3-point attack. And ball does not connect, but Foy for BVI collecting the ball. Here's Antoine Robinson pulling the ball, always doing that famous hesitation and then the reverse. He has been doing that for the last 4 nights, and tonight we see him once again applying that pressure.
Yes, and definitely strategizing would be a very big part of the Shamrocks plan going forward, coming out. I think when the first game with BVI, Montserrat was leading 17-2. Now the BVI is leading 17-3. We got 3 minutes left in the first quarter, and part of the defense would be to try and contain Robinson, cutting off his passing lane, so that isolate him from the rest of the match, so that he could they could get a chance to score, and lane violation, and the ball goes to Montserrat.
Absolutely, and that's
number 10.
If you're just joining us on Radio Land on the GIU broadcast, we want to say a special good night to you. You're viewing the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association Under 26 tournament. Right here in Little Bay, Montserrat, being hosted by your Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association. And we have a few sponsors that we want to say a special good night to. Special sponsors like the government of Montserrat, our platinum sponsor Sarah, and of course the GIU, ZJB, Bank of Montserrat Limited, and of course Flow. So here we see Big Tyson for BVI once again going into the post, and BVI is sticking to their game plan. Go down into the post and kick out as a secondary. Here's the Shamrocks looking for an open available man. Here's Jazik, left hand guard for the Shamrocks. Bounce pass to Stevel Rodney. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Shaquan Wade taking some steps at the top of the key and trying to get it to Jordan Ryan, but the risky business there as he didn't square up first. And here Christian Moraine trying to get that ball to the basket.
Shot clock violation.
Shot clock violation on the Montserrat Shamrocks. Ball awarded to the BVI, Skillful Ballers. Skillful Ballers only have 5 players this evening.
Yes, and Coach Moraine decides to call another timeout. The lead is really kind of getting to a level where you gotta try and pull back as much as you can in the next 2 minutes going into the second quarter, because the BVI Skillful Ballers, they're not gonna just give up those points.
One thing I've noticed though with the Shamrock boys, they're playing tonight. They're coming out. It's just now that they just need to convert those shots. They're going up simple layups and shot outside from the field. So
I would say the outside shooting is not happening in the first quarter for them. I think they should energize themselves, take the ball to the board, and let the BVI use up some of that energy that they don't really have a lot of energy. So you got to attack them to let them use their energy, and you already have Tyson with 2 fouls in the first quarter. You can set a strategy to work on some players and create some room for yourself so you get a better opportunity. If the defense on Robertson is not as strong as you would like it, then you have to try something else.
Here you see Mitchum getting the ball into Hodge. Now ball with Antoine Robinson and back with Foy. Takes a long 3-pointer there, but Tyson slaps it out of bounds. Ball now awarded to the Shamrocks. 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter of the semi-finals between the Montserrat Shamrocks and the BVI Skillful Ballers. Coach Kenford, you've coached players from Europe to Antigua and Montserrat. What's the body language looking like on the court thus far?
And I'm liking it. I'm liking both teams. They're out here, they're hungry, knowing that it's the finals. Also, knowing that we're home court, we're on the home court. Let's give our fans something after 2 nights of disappointment. You can see strong plays going up inside of the key.
As Foy from BVI gets the rebound, bounce pass to Antoine Robinson, but it's a little bit too hot for him there this evening, and that's unlikely. He doesn't usually miss those
so
when he's in transition.
And he's also quiet tonight. I'm wondering if that's a plan done by the coach. He's stepping back, only using his energy when needs to. He's not orchestrating things like before. We have the quick play inside. Our guys go up.
Absolutely.
Robin Johnson, he kind of fumbled a bit. He tried and made an attempt, went back to get a rebound, but it tipped on the tip of his fingers and went out of bounds. And BVI now in control with 1 minute 19 seconds left.
Here's Keanu Woods. He's also in for the Montserrat lineup. So you have Stevel Rodney, Keanu Woods, and Christian up top. I like it. Bigger guards to guard, slow down none other than Antoine Robinson, who seems to be a challenge. But Tyson gets the ball, and I see a foul. They're calling a foul on Jordan Ryan, and Jordan goes into the book. I think that's his first foul.
No,
Christian.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a foul here. No,
it's on Tyson.
Yes,
for pushing. So
yes.
he's quickly getting into some
trouble,
dangerous area.
So
He's getting into some murky areas.
So that's 3 fouls there.
He has to ease back. He has to. You see, he just has to put his hand up. He can't do anything much. Let's see if the Shamrocks take advantage of this in the last 49 seconds.
And here's Stephen Rodney trying to get into Keanu Woods.
Do they take it to the board? Keanu Woods jumps, makes it.
Stephen Rodney gets the ball, tries to get it, but Steven's chasing it down. He pushes it on the glass, gets his own rebound, sticks it up there.
There's nothing there. And it's still a scuffle.
Steven is fighting. He's fighting. Steven is fighting. And here's
27
Hodge.
seconds left in the first quarter.
Here's Hodge, number 9, to Antoine Robinson, who jump steps baseline and goes middle. Tries to tap his own rebound, and Foy gets that loose ball. Pushes it up to Mitchum, who gets it across to number 9, Hodge, who jab steps and pulls back, looking for the big man. Mitchum is going to have an opportunity there to get it to Hodge. Back to Antoine Robinson with 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Ball with Keanu Woods. End of the first quarter.
Yes, it's a very interesting game. Very, very interesting
I like
game.
it. I like it for a reason. I see energy coming from the bench tonight. Little Jordan is a little frustrated, but yes, it's the first quarter. But I hope going forward, Coach Moraine is going there to have a little word. As I said before in the other matches, young players.
Yes.
This is the time for them to learn and gain that experience, because the game is the teacher.
Yes, and I do hope the Montserrat coaches are paying attention to the foul trouble that's occurring with the BVI, and hope they can take advantage of it in the next 3 quarters, because the game is just begun. We got 30 minutes left. 30 minutes is a lot of time. A 16-point lead is not really a decider in the end of the first quarter.
Okay. Here we go. 1 minute, 12 seconds. If you're in the vicinity of Little Bay and you're on the way to the sports center, you're looking out for a treat tonight as you see the Montserrat Shamrocks taking on the BVI Skillful Ballers in this semi-final game this evening. What is the look of the crowd this evening? The crowd is just waiting, antsy, waiting for something to cheer about.
Yes, well, I think because of the rain, we didn't have the turnout as yet, because, plenty of people do come inside at halftime because they want to see the second half, they want to see the final 20 minutes. So let's see how the crowd comes in. But this is a very decent crowd at the multi-purpose center, and everyone is inside. I remember the days in the other course that we had, Thompson Field, the Grades, and even the Shamrock Cinema. When it rained, that was it. The game was over. So it's as
something we take for granted.
Yes,
but we're very much appreciative of.
Yes, as you said earlier, it's a blessing to have a facility like this and to be able to use it. And even the referee from Antigua, he was saying he would love Antigua to go forward and have a facility like this at some point.
Well, that's fantastic. We're going to join back the second quarter of this game, it looks like, between the Shamrocks and, of course, the BVI Skillful Ballers. The tournament standings, BVI Skillful Ballers would have won 2 games and lost 1. The Montserrat team would have lost 2 games and won 1. So they've been matched up here and going to give you a semi-final game as Keanu Woods zips the ball across to Christian Moraine. Here's Stephen Rodney, 6'5" guard, getting it across to Keanu Woods and launches a 3.
Put back by Robin. Good rebound by Robin. He got total uncontested on that rebound, even though he was surrounded by the BVI players.
Well, that would happen because you realize the BVI only has 5 players this evening. As a result, they would have to manage their fouls. As we know, Tyson already has 3 fouls, and several of the other guys have a foul apiece. So the coach, using his experience, will tell the guys, "Hey guys, we gotta ease off the defense to remain competitive in this game. It's a long game. It's just the second quarter. A lot more game here to play." Here's Foy for the BVI launching a 3. Tyson just leaning on Robin and he's leaning again, trying to get an offensive play. And Jordan Ryan flies through the air for the rebound. Crossover into Keanu Woods. He's bringing it over the half. And now we're into our set. Here's Jordan Ryan jab step, going to the key, passes it down to Robin. Robin gets that ball back, and he converts 2 points. He's activated himself in this game.
With the presence of Tyson right there, he couldn't do nothing. You see, Tyson right now is very frustrated, and it's for the Shamrocks to really bring that ball on the inside and take advantage. They've stuck at 19. Let's see what happens. We've got 7. They've just scored Robinson, driving to the middle, grabbing his rebound, putting it back, and we've got to box them out because we can't allow those kind of easy rebounds.
Well,
Let's see if they set up something for the middle now. We've got Woods driving, passing to Rodney, now passing to Yearwood, miss pass, now Hodge drives down, Rodney hits it on his leg.
That's a very good defense. Getting his hands inside.
Possession.
Yes.
And Stevel possesses these characteristics that make him very attractive on anyone's team. He's long, he runs the court well, he has good temperament with the ball, and he's always controlling the pace of the ball as he calls for the play to be set up. And we see some screening off the ball happening here. Christian Yearwood having the ball, securing it, looking for an open man to cut. 8 seconds left on the shot clock, and traveling called there by senior referee, Mr. Knight from Antigua, coming across the waters to help us with our officiating this evening. We're in the house with legends. And as we look around in the crowd, we see former managers. A special good night to persons like Mr. Wendell Lee. He would have managed one of the Montserrat teams back in the 90s. And of course, we look around and we see former members of the national team as well. So there's a lot of history in the building this evening, and we want to appreciate it going forward. We hope to see some updates and placards of what has happened in basketball, because basketball in Montserrat didn't just start today. It started, as we said, back in the Cotton January, back at Shamrock, then to Olsen Cinema, I think that's the proper name of it, and then across to the field, Thompson Field.
Thompson Field.
That's right.
And before coming to Braids.
Yes.
Before coming to Braids, and then now we have the multi-purpose
sports
center.
So it's been lots of years of basketball here in Montserrat, as persons would reminisce about the good old days.
Yes, and we've got Montserrat Shamrocks back on the court. We haven't seen Nkosi this evening. Is there some injury trouble with Nkosi?
I do, unfortunately, I don't have what we call the injury report. And usually that is a report that would give you the layout for the injuries for the various teams. But yes, Nkosi's presence is missing on the court at this time. Here's Mitchum, high-low for Tyson, who's given a skyhook, and a rebound there by none other than Shaquan Wade, who gets it to Keanu Woods, brings it over the half, and he's guarded by Antoine Robinson, who does a little cheeky play there. And that is basketball, 2 speeds.
You see, I'm
slow,
saying, dropping that shoulder, going into the paint, and drawing the foul. This has to be done for the whole night for us to get inside of get into the heads of the BVI players, putting them into foul trouble, and giving us that extra boost to shoot some baskets.
Absolutely. Antoine Robinson with his first foul, and Shaquan Wade warming up, getting back into his old style of game, attack the key, and that nice soft jump shot from the free throw line.
Yes.
He's known for that.
Yes, he was a bit cold in the earlier quarter. Now he seems to have warmed up. Let's see what happens. Montserrat steals that ball, pass to Rodney, off the foot of Robinson, it goes out. However, we maintain possession at this time.
Yes,
we seem to have some lighting, dimming. However, the game continues. Woods with the ball at the 3-point.
Yes, he's guarded by Mitchum, and here comes Stephen Rodney, who's getting it down to none other than Mr. Robinson. And he got the ball on the floor, gets it across the Shaquan Wade who attacks, and Antoine Robinson diving in with his hand, strip the ball, and he's going to try to go coast to coast. And Jordan with a block.
Huh? And the block has been overridden by a goaltending. However, from my vantage point, the ball was still on its way up.
Yes.
It was really over the top of the box. And the call is being challenged by Ryan, and Robinson also comes over to have a word with the officials, and it stays. That is basketball.
But I rather the goaltending than a foul on Jordan at this point. So I'm thankful. Nevertheless, let's have some good old basketball commentary as you see Stephen Rodney bringing the ball over the half for the Montserrat Shamrocks. BVI is unfazed. Scored 23-9 in favor of the BVI elite ballers. Shaquan Wade lines up for a 3-point on the baseline. He's short of the mark, hits the front iron. And Robin challenges as Tyson slaps away the ball and tries to get it to Foy. Ball
goes out of bounds, and Foy, you can see he's tired. He's not concentrating. He's now consumed with his foul trouble.
And I love the energy that Robin Johnson has brought into the game. He's getting up, he's challenging everything, he's going in, and he's helping the team. Come on, Woods go up. Can he convert in and out of the basket? Now it's with
Antoine Robinson driving, slowing down 2 paces of the game. Keanu Woods trying his best to guard him.
With that fadeaway jump shot off the glass.
Score moves to 25 to the Skillful ballers as the Shamrocks with 9 come down at the top of the key. Woods looks around. He sees Rodney, who drives to the middle. He gets the step. However, he decides to pass. Jordan West missteps. Also Woods on the 3-point for the 3, misses, and rebound by Mitchum, who passes to Robinson, drives in and draws some contact from Rodney, makes the shot. 3-point opportunity with 27 to the BVI, 9 points to the Shamrocks. 5 minutes and 49 seconds left in the first half. You know, for the whole past couple of days, I've been hearing there's no way a 5-man team can beat a 12-man team or a 10-man team. However, what the BVI has proven is that beating a 5-man team is not going to be a walkover.
Novel basketball only has 5 players on the court at any one time. And no matter how much players may be on the team, it is the 5 that are on the court who are executed that is always going to be successful. Here we see Keanu Woods for the Shamrocks, bounce pass to Stephen Rodney, who pass, jumps, fakes, looks for an open man, skips across the court to Keanu Woods, who's trying to take another entry pass there, but I hear some whistles under the basket.
It's a kickball.
Kickball signaled by a referee from St. Kitts. The ball awarded to Shamrocks. Here's Stephen Rodney driving, going to the key, a little bit harder off the back iron, and Antoine Robinson collects that ball. He's down the court in the primary break. He has Foy with him, bounce pass, and a block there by Jordan Ryan. Here's Keanu Woods, bounces to Stephen Rodney, who gets it back to Marjorie, and a foul.
No, it seems to be a goaltending.
Goaltending, so yes. I was just about to say, if you allow that one, what's up?
Yes.
One at the back.
And the BVI now, they're still in a good position, so they're just going to cruise through, trying to keep their position going to the end of the half. But I think Montserrat has other plans. They brought back in the likes of Weeks, Modric Weeks, who's a very good player. Tyson now with the ball with this hook, misses, Montserrat rebound.
Jordan Ryan collects the rebound, gets it to the tall guard, Stephen Rodney. Here's Shaquan Wade, who's contested with by Hodge. Here's Stephen Rodney trying his best to get it in the basket, and Hodge gets that rebound. They're fighting under the basket for the ball. Foy, number 3 for BVI, gets it over the half to Antoine Robinson, who takes the jump shot in transition, gets his own rebound, and is trying his best to get to the basket. A foul there under the basket, and Keanu Woods goes down as he tries to grasp himself.
Yes, he made some contact with Robinson, and he seems to have gotten the worst of it. However, he's gone off the court, and there's been a substitution. We're getting Phillips in for the moment, and Robinson goes to the board.
So we have a substitution in here. 4 minutes 33 seconds as Teshawn Phillip joins the Montserrat Shamrocks on the court. And first free throw attempt there by Mr. Antoine Robinson. Basket is good, and the BVI have opted not to even take part in the box out. They're all on defense, waiting to set up, saving the energy for what is to come.
And we've seen a similar
in the match before.
Yes.
So
we've
it's
seen a
something
similar
that they have
stance in the,
adopted going forward.
Yes, it is. So we've got Tishon Phillip at the top of the key, passing to Weeks, who pass now to 7-1. He drives to the middle, gets a lane. However, he fails to put it in, and the ball is intercepted by Phillip. But however, it stays with the BVI. You know, at this moment, you would need to keep the pressure on the BVI. I think the plan is zone defense, it looks, Jensen?
Yes, zone defense. Montserrat here in a 3-2 defense. Here's Magic Weeks and Antoine Robinson, who's doing what he does all the time. He calls for the screen, slows down the ball. And here's Mitchum at the top of the key for a long 2. Basket is good, 1 second remaining on the shot clock. But BVI somehow finds the 2 points they are looking for. Teshon Phillip bounce pass to Magic, who puts it on the glass. 2 points is good.
These are the shots that Magic lives on. So if they can keep pushing for that, then we will see some effect as the game continues.
Absolutely, timeout signal there by, I think, the Montserrat team. We're going to go over their game plan with about 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left here in the second quarter of the semi-finals between Montserrat Shamrocks and, of course, the BVI Skillful Ballers. I have seen some improvements, I must say, this evening. I see the intensity has picked up quite a bit on the Montserrat side. I see some different personnel interjecting and bringing some well-needed energy. So I'm pleased to see the improvements at this point, and looking for even more improvements as the game progresses into the third quarter.
I would like to see some more scoring from the likes of Rodney and Wade, who have gotten a lot of opportunities. However, so far they have been cold. And it's basketball. You cannot stop taking those opportunities whenever you get them. However, you got to try and make that 2 points whenever you get that opportunity.
Well said, Coach Daly. And we see now we're going to resume this second quarter as the players for both Montserrat and the BVI take the court. The Montserrat Shamrocks wearing the white jersey and the BVI wearing the black jersey with the gold numbers. Here's Hodge for BVI, bringing the ball over the half. He needs a little bit more ball pressure there, but Magic Weeks closing him out a bit, and he's attacking. Tyson goes up, and Magic gets the ball down to Teshon Phillip, who is now guarded by Antoine Robinson, and finds a way somehow to get that ball, but Shaquan Wade sticks him up on the glass and pins him up there. Out of bounds called by referee from St. Kitts. Ball awarded to Antoine the BVI Skillful Ballers.
Yes, and you see the playing style of Robinson. He's a very go-getter. He goes and gets the ball wherever it is, and that is something that would teach the Montserrat players or even the other competitors how they could be like that. They could be aggressive like that and be successful in basketball.
Here's Hodge for BVI crossing over, getting it up to Tyson, 6'9" for the BVI. Hodge dribble penetrating to Mitchum. Mitchum basketball hitting the front of the rim, and Magic Weeks getting that ball. Mitchum reaching over the back, slapping Magic Weeks, and he's gonna go into the book of life when it comes to basketball. But all this is in the game. And I hope Montserrat can capitalize as these guys are getting the fouls early in this game. I hope in the second half they're able to maximize and play to the advantage they have. Here's Teshon to Magic. Screen by Christian Moraine. Magic 1-2 and traveling call there as he gets wrapped up going to the basket, and ball awarded to the BVI Skillful Ballers.
Well, I really see something I like in the past couple of minutes. All the possessions are going in the paint. Yeah. There's no, they've switched a switch off from the 3-pointers and taken it to the board. Now we have Robinson trying to get that lucky bounce at the wing, misses, and he regains the ball, and he gets a powerful block by Ryan, who almost throws it outside because Phillip now with the ball, he goes in, he gets
and one. Listen to the crowd.
Yes, he gets the contact.
And that's something the crowd has been waiting for, keeping them alive, waking them up. I see some flags waving in the distance over there. That was a big play.
And as I was saying, Montserrat now has decided to take the ball to the paint.
Yes, there is an energy inside of the sports center as the crowd has been building and waiting for a momentum changer. And we just seen Teshon Phillip convert that 2 points and a chance to get a 3-pointer. Here's Foy for the BVI. bringing the ball over the half. He's dribbling patiently, not rushing at all, as Hodge looks to see where the offense can come from on this attack. Here's Hodge getting it down to the big man, Tyson, who pops it out to Antoine Robinson for three. Ricochets off the back and front of the rim, but Foy on the weak side getting that rebound and having the awareness to put it back in the basket. Score now 34 BVI and 15 to the Shamrocks. Teshawn Phillip brings it over the half. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Shaq Wade drops off to Kristen Moraid. Here comes Magic Weeks going to the cup.
Yes, trusting the process. It's called trusting the process. He is driving to the board and they're starting to move the ball even a bit more. Their ball awareness sensors are up now. Let's see if they can continue with that, and even into the third and fourth quarter, the BVI would struggle against a play like that. And they're really hitting the boards on the defense, keeping the BVI as far out as possible. We got a rebound now by Tyson, who trips and
steps out of bounds. No foul, just slips under the basket.
Yes,
and
he trips and slips out of bounds. And the possession back to Montserrat as the floor is being dried off.
By a fan, by a fan. So I'm loving the energy that we're giving here tonight on at the Little Bay playing center. Now Philip comes up with the ball, he comes over the half, setting up his play, looking. Shaquan has the ball inside, looking for Jordan, and
bit of an overthrow, bit of a misread. However, that's a simple thing. Containing the ball, I think they should try and put some pressure. There's a minute left in the first half. Put some pressure on the ball. The BVI do not have the legs for it. Let's see what they can do. Push them as much as you can.
But this is Antoine's style of play all the time. He slows down the defense and then he looks to attacks. He brings it right down to 10 seconds, frustrates the defense, and waits till they go to sleep and try to get some energy at the end of the 10-second play.
But Mitchum is like the cleanup guy. He's been cleaning up off the boards for most of the evening. As Teshawn Phillip drives, fakes, and puts it in. It's really getting exciting. Only 29 seconds left in the first half, and the game is a game to really be here watching. Faye with the ball at the top of the key, passes to Hodge. He looks around. We got 13 on the shot clock. Faye has the ball now. Reverse is out. 8 on the shot clock. The pressure is on. Faye goes up for the three, bounces off the top of the rim, rebound. Mitchum, the cleanup guy. That's what I call him. He cleans up those boards, and we have Hodge on the ground, and 2.7 seconds left in the first half, and he's been checked out, seeing that everything is okay. It's not a lot of players. You don't want a lot of injuries. He's also, trying to compose himself and get back
while this is happening. The Montserrat team should be getting together and having a conversation so that they can use whatever is left of this half to muster some rally. Still, even though it's 2.7 seconds left, so we see the player for the BVI, Hodge, come to his feet. He's tying up his shoelaces and he realized the game is not over. He must play on. His team is depending on him. And he is looking to continue the rest of the game.
So who would you pass inbound the ball to as a Montserrat player at this moment? 2.7 seconds. Is it Roach, Philip, or Wade? Or it goes to Weeks, who goes on the three, puts it up, bounces off, and that's the end of the first half. We've got a 19-point lead, 38 to the BVI Skillful Ballers, and 19 to the Emerald Shamrocks. And we've got to say good evening to all the listeners and watchers over in the BVI. I know you're proud of the Skillful Ballers. They've come out and they've made this tournament something to remember with their situation of losing a man very early on in the tournament.
And I think it's something that they can be proud of, the BVI Ballers. I think it's in Old Town. Some of the players and families got a message from someone over there saying, I'm proud of the boys. In a household, you have one repping for Montserrat Antigua, and one a full BVI national saying, no one come out of my house. So even though they're not here in reality, on the virtual area that we are seeing, we're having some discussions and little fun vibes going on in the household. But I like to say again, and I won't stop saying this, thank you to the MABA and the Basketball Association of Montserrat for putting on something of this magnitude. We're looking at it from this angle, but it's something that's very good, and it's bringing talent, young talent.
And he also shows the ability of us in Montserrat to create this buzz, to facilitate these different individuals and create an atmosphere where they do what they love doing and enjoy doing.
Absolutely, and I think going forward in the second half, I look forward to seeing the Montserrat team doing a little bit more of this on a mission, jumping for that rebound.
Yes.
As we see. I mean, the game is as easy as we make it. The guys have to stay in it. Yes, it's two quarters have gone, but we just have to work hard. And I still believe that if they muster up this rally call, they'll be able to go forward and do pretty well. So, looking forward to seeing good things coming out of this second half from the Montserrat Shamrocks. And BVI has been, they're executing. That's what it boils down to, Coach Daly. Yeah, they're completing the pass, they're valuing the possession, and they're taking advantage of scoring that extra ball when it comes off. So that's just things that we as well have to emulate and increase our intensity for Shamrocks. The crowd is waiting patiently. They're here, and you see the numbers around. They're here to support the homeboys, and the homeboys are definitely working hard to see if they can muster up that rally. But it has to be done.
One thing I've noticed on this first half, they've decided to, the Shamrocks decided to give certain players an opportunity to really sink into the game and get going. As we see, we had a really horrible first quarter where we only scored 3 points, and now in the second quarter we've kind of picked up our pace, we kind of settled. I think coming in, the pressure that the guys, self-pressure is a psychological thing. You don't want to disappoint, and you saw it in the first quarter. However, it seems to have waned off now, and the guys are into the game. You see them using that passing ability, giving everyone a touch, and most of all, what I do appreciate and do like is the fact that they started out the first quarter trying the threes, trying the outside shots. However, in the second quarter, they decided, you know what? Let's take it to the board. Let's put everything up on the board, whatever it may be, and work with that. And they have, even though they've come in, missed a few shots, but however, it has worked for them so far. And they've also done a wonderful thing by putting Tyson in foul trouble with 3 fouls. He only has 2 now to work with for the next 20 minutes of the game. So there's some of the things that the coaches would be discussing with the players, making them more even alert of what they're seeing from the sidelines.
Coach Kenford, you work with athletes from all ages. What does tournaments and activities like this mean for the next generation here at Montserrat? I'd like to get a coach's perspective, a coach that is down in the nitty-gritty as far as sharing the science of the sports with the next generation.
A very good question. You're looking where you've mentioned before the Thompson Field campus and the Church Road campus. We did not have so many opportunities with a court. So we are playing on as we call it, the black eye or the sugar cake pitch courts. And coming from that to this, with what we have now with technology, the psychology of the game, and you have psychologists working with these young players, developing their craft. Right now, I'm actually a lives coach teaching young players to continue to be professionals. Although they're professionals making their million, have contracts, they still need that everyday support in areas of their love life, their everyday going out, parents, working with the media. Tournaments like this, as I mentioned before, brings out that in you, showing you, hey, this is what it is on this stage. So when you step your game up, You have to intensify all of those, collaborate all of those, bring them together, take them on the forefront. And I have to applaud MABA and the government of Montserrat, ZJB, Sarah, is it Syria? Sarah, and the GIU and Flo for providing an uninterrupted network.
Service, yes.
You know what I'm saying? And Bank of Montserrat, and was it Caribbean Alliance? Or
That's correct.
You know, so we're back. Genzel, you take it away.
Yes, we're back as Mitchum for the BVI gets the ball into Antoine Robinson. This is the third quarter, and Antoine flicks it across to Mr. Foy. And the Montserrat team is in a 3-2 defense as they get the ball down in the post to Tyson, and Mitchum at the high post trying a shot. It's non-successful, and Jordan Ryan gets the rebound. I see a change in the attitude.
Yes. And Stevel has it.
Gets it to Jordan Ryan, passes, gets it back to Christian Moraine, zip it back down to Stevel, and here's Keanu Woods, a running man shot, and Jordan getting that rebound, gets it in the post, and he's trying to get a 2-point conversion. I like the fact they're going in the post early in the quarter. They need to get some contact and get to that big man. Antoine Robinson walking it up the court, once again slowing down the defense and then changing the pace, allowing his teammates to move around. Here's Hodge on the free throw line extended, then gets it back to Antoine Robinson. 5 seconds on the shot clock, and he patiently tries to get that ball, but Tyson, number 4 for the BVI, gets the rebound, and here's Antoine again,
double,
trying to work, double team. He's double teamed, and Foy pump faking, to the baseline. He's skating along that baseline, and the shot clock. First time we've seen that shot clock has expired. So very good for the Montserrat team. I like it. I like what I see.
Just on the top of the key, you see that double team forcing the play back outside on the wing, getting that ball across. I think Faye should have just tried his 3-shot, but he went for extra bounce, trying to get to the baseline. And
here's Keanu Woods trying a long jump shot there, but I'm seeing lots of media partners in the house. Special good night to DS Media and of course Aliogana Express. I see members of the Hypnotic Media here as well, and I can't forget Nerissa Golding and Discover Montserrat. Backcourt violation there on the BVI. Several turnovers happening for the BVI, and it's not usual that they lose that focus so early in the third quarter.
Well, their legs are weary. They've worked hard for 3 nights. This is the 4th night. The legs are weary, so they're starting to make those mistakes that they wouldn't make on a normal night. This is what tournaments are made for. Woods up with the 2-pointer. Mitchum rebounds, taps away by Woods,
gets back the ball. And I like what I'm seeing.
And the Viejo drives to the middle, passes to Robin, tries it, and it's tipped in accidentally by Tyson.
So right now it's 6-on-4 as Tyson tips in that basket for Montserrat. Here's Antoine Robinson who's going to try to get it back and going all the way to the post. Blocked there by Jordan Ryan, and Mitchum throws his body in the way of the ball to stop the pace of the Montserrat Shamrocks as they're building a momentum, and that is what is needed at this point.
I feel the energy, Genzel. I feel the energy. So we just need to maintain that energy and converting our chances when we get them inside of that paint.
Here's the big guy, Steven Rodney, 6'5", crossing the ball, getting into Keanu Woods, the shooting guard for Montserrat. Here's Christian Moraine, full head of steam, going to the basket, misses, but Christian collects the rebound back to Keanu Woods, who pump fakes, jab steps, floats that ball from the free throw line, 2 points. Here comes the Shamrocks. I think they should pick up that defense just a little bit here to give BVI that kick that they need. Here is Hodge, and guarded by none other than Steven Rodney, back to Foy. Here is Christian on the baseline, guarding Antoine Robinson, danger man. First air ball from Antoine Robinson, haven't seen that before. And here's Steven to Jordan, who dunks and sweeps.
That was
it's not over.
It's not gets over. The ball and he converts and draws a foul from Keanu Woods. I mean, the celebration was very short-lived. However, this is competitive basketball. You do not sleep. You do not blink. You just got to keep at it 24/7.
Quick transition. Quick transition. Ball is
foul there on, is it number 7?
It's Woods, yes. Yes, he's second, and he's still in good standing. However, Robinson is not going to just lie down and watch Montserrat score. He's going to put his all in. He's going to sacrifice. He's going to bleed. He's going to cry. And he's going to do what he has to do for his BVI team. However, Montserrat has a different plan. And it's a very exciting game. Come on over if you can.
I like what I'm seeing from Keanu Woods, who's brought some energy, well-needed energy to this game. He's talking and moving on the court a little bit different from the other nights. Here's Stephen Rodney, long pass to Kristen Moraine, who's driving to the basket, kicks it out to Keanu Woods, who has the 3-ball, loading. Here's Jordan Ryan, who's going to the basket, and he collects his rebound. He's going back in. Here's Keanu Woods, who's blocked by Mitchum, and none other than, who's that? Jordan Ryan, getting that back offensive rebound and put it right back on the glass.
Yes, and he had a few words for Hodge just now, making him know whose house is it.
Yeah, he has to
My
remember.
house.
Here's BVI cutting the speed, what they specialize in. Then they will be attacking very quickly after the defense settles. Here's Mitchum to Antoine Robinson, who's going around with the left hand, trying to get the ball down. Here's Mitchum trying to get that ball up to Antoine.
Good hands by Woods for deflecting that ball. And there's some complaints of being held back. However, the referees are not going to be calling any simple shot, anything simple. You go to the board, you're going to get some kind of contact.
Here is Mitchum inbounding for the BVI. He gets the ball into Hodge. 6 minutes and 10 seconds in the third quarter. Here's Hodge going around the screen, bumping with Jordan. And your ball going down the court. Here's Keanu Woods going for a layup. Basket is good. He has erupted to life in this third quarter. Bringing the score now to 29 Montserrat. 41 for the BVI Skillful ballers.
12-point lead, yes. 12-point lead.
Here's Foy getting it to Hodge. Antoine wants the ball. He wants the ball. Here's Keanu Woods guarding. Screen on two sides. Here is a 3-point shot. No rebound. Hodge gets the ball high off the glass and Tyson crashes, slapping the ball in. Here's Keanu Woods getting it to Kristen Moraine, who launches the ball for Stephen Rodney, who gets it down. 2 points.
And the crowd is waking up. Everyone is waking up, and BVI may have to reconsider what they're going to do going forward. They realize it's a game after all. 31 to the Shamrock boys and 41 for the Skillful ballers with 5 minutes and 20 left in the third quarter. And there's some talking on the side. However, referee Fenton gets Ryan into his position and comes. The guys will talk it out before they come back on court.
Definitely Coach Bakker Moraine and Tyrone Fenton fanning the flame. They're seeing a trail of smoke around the Montserrat team, and they're trying to catch a fire. So they're fanning that smoke and looking for that fire to catch a little bit here this evening. And I definitely see big minutes coming out of Keanu Woods.
Yes.
How would you think he's playing, Coach Daly? You've worked with him before.
Yes, I've worked with him, but what I'm amazed with is Robin Johnson, keeping Tyson at bay. He holds up. Keanu Woods once he gets on a roll, is basically unstoppable. But
momentum.
What I like is that Robin Johnson has come in, kept Tyson at bay, cleared up a lot of room for the other players. So that's what you want. You want those guys who can, not necessarily big, but has the power to match up with these BVI Skillful ballers.
Absolutely. Score now 41-31. Coach Kenford, what is happening here for the rest of this, the third quarter, as time winds down?
I'm looking at the bench, and you know, I'm a man used to energy, and the bench is having the energy. Even the subs are clapping. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. So now the boys, look, they're walking out. They're walking out with the confidence. Shoulders are high, so you can see now they are ready. So hope we can keep this momentum. The Shamrock boys can keep this momentum going forward. And the ball belongs to, there's a little Mr. Knight. He's calling. Who called the timeout? Okay, it was the
BVI as Mitchum inbounds to Antoine Johnson. 5 minutes, 19 seconds. He's not rushing over the half. Keanu Woods is waiting patiently to get the ball to him. Ball goes to Foy. Foy kicks it up to Kristen Moraine and stolen by Antoine Robinson there. Ball stays with the Montserrat Shamrocks. Offensive opportunity. We smell some points coming.
So you see the number of unforced turnovers by the BVI, and that is sign of their strength is waning very much, and the Montserrat Shamrocks could take very good advantage of this. We've got Hodge at the top of the key. Pass to Robinson. He needs to settle down and get a few of his shots as he plays. Mitchum
high post.
Gets the ball
Mitchum
stolen by Rodney.
Chases it down, gets it to Jordan Ryan, pushes it up the court. Here comes Christian Moraine,
and he goes in, and the momentum is building even more.
Guys, get back.
The coaches from the side are saying press them. However, it's a half-court press, and Woods up with Hodge. Another turnover, and Moraine Yearwood converts. It's now a 6-point game. Frey with the ball. Passes to Tyson. And
guarded by Robin.
And there's no shot. However, the rebound goes to
Jordan Ryan. Gets
right.
the ball, passes it to Keanu Woods. And here comes Montserrat as rebound there by Antoine Robinson, and foul by Christian Moraine. It's all right. Sometimes these things happen. Foul on the side, and Christian goes into the book. Ball awarded to the BVI. Go ahead.
I'm definitely loving the energy, Jenzel. It's a different energy tonight. Something that I've been asking for players to come out, push yourself, get there, put that energy in, show us that fight that you had before. Now you're defending your home turf, so let's do it.
Here's Keanu Woods guarding Antoine Robinson. Steven Rodney. A signal there by Mr. KD Knight saying that there's a blocking foul on the guard. Therefore, Steven Rodney gets his foul, and the ball awarded to the BVI Skillful Ballers. I see the jersey name Youth on fire. Here's Foy for BVI Skillful Ballers, who tries to bounce pass, but off the leg of Steven Rodney, and now 14 seconds left on the shot clock.
You notice Mr. Robin Johnson is inside the game, as you mentioned. He's bringing that energy. He's the one that's putting that energy to the team, and it's, you know.
You see them working there.
Yes, here's Robin on Tyson, who slices and goes
and that's
to the baseline.
Off the baseline. I love those kind of plays. Strong play coming up the baseline.
Yes, Tyson is showing he's still got some skills. Rodney goes to the middle, passes to Yearwood, who drives.
And he
rebound by Robin.
And two of them working together, and it's a fight for the ball, but Antoine Robinson gets it in his possession. 21 seconds in the shot clock. Here's Christian Moraine guarding Antoine Robinson, who jab steps, pulls the ball back, and tries to get it up. There's a foul there. Mr. Knight signaling foul, ball on the side, and this is BVI's strategy. Get some fouls and see if they can get into the bonus to shoot some free throws going forward.
And Yearwood is a very valuable player for the Shamrocks. And there's a timeout call. Was that by the Shamrocks?
Yes. Timeout for the Shamrocks as referee Charles signals to the bench, and 1 minute timeout here at this time. Tell us a little bit about what you're seeing, Coach Kenford, between these players, the BVI energy and the Shamrocks energy at this point, 3 minutes into the game.
I will start with the BVI players. They're little, what would I say? What's the word I want to use? They're a little shaken. They're a little shaken. Certain things that you see that they have done for the last 3 nights, it's not happening tonight. Even coming in, driving inside of that area, putting up that ball, they're not converting, and they're not reaching inside enough. And now the Shamrock boys, they have an energy. We have spoken about young Johnson, who has been in the game now. He's giving them that energy, and along with the crowd.
Yes,
and so you can look, you see the body language, the coaches, they are very vocal tonight as well, telling their players, press, bam, get up, let's go. And that's something that is needed going forward for the Shamrock boys to be victorious tonight.
Yes, and the Shamrocks are playing a pace game. That's always been their game. Our go-to game is the pace game. And here's Mitchum for the BVI inballing to Antoine Robinson, the guard for the BVI, who signals he wants no screen. He can deal with Christian on his own. That's what he thinks. 6 seconds on the shot clock. Ball now with Tyson, the big man, who gets it down to Foy, who spins and tries to get the ball on the glass.
A shot counts. It came before. We've got one thing I've seen with the BVI. They've done a lot of turnovers, more than I've seen on a usual night. So that speaks volume to their fitness at this moment and their fatigue level. We've got Johnson going in, he puts it up, misses, grabs his own rebound, misses.
And Christopher Marine slaps away that ball.
Goes
He's
back to
going
the board,
inside.
and he can do that. That's what he loves
Getting
doing.
the
He's
ball
back again,
throwing his body into the basket.
He doesn't stop.
And a jump ball called.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, I love it. I love it. This is what? Is it a semis?
It is. This is the difference. It's all about the semis.
All about the semis, and you're seeing it here in live and living color. To our viewers overseas who are backing either team, we have a match here tonight. Several goes up for a 3 and it's converted.
They've warmed up.
Yes.
They've warmed up.
Yes.
So now they've warmed up, they can try a few more, see if they can get the score down even more, and because they're bound to get the turnover here because the legs of the BVI are tired. Faye at the top of the key, he tries the 3, and he goes in, he answers. Yes, it's still a 10-point lead. So, but we've got the likes of Philip, who's a very good 3-point shooter. So let's see what happens. Rodney again lines up for the 3. He's feeling it.
Answered.
He's feeling it.
And I think he's in the zone. That's
yes. We got to play some defense. We got to get this stuff. Yes. So here it is. Shamrocks looking at the valuing of this possession. Oh, Antoine Robinson puts his body between him and the ball. Here's Hodge going 2 points in the basket.
What the Montserrat team needs to do is to try and stop some of those shots and gain some momentum on their end because the time is really pounding down. It's 1 minute 15 left in the third quarter. Robin with the ball, he goes up for the shot, bit of an overthrow, and Hodge rebounds, passes to Robinson, who comes at the top of the key, tries a 3, and he bounces off the ring, goes outside this Montserrat possession with 1 minute left in the third. Score 14-1 for the Shamrocks, who've rebounded greatly for the second half, 50 for the BVI. We've got a pass to Yearwood, and he goes in, pulls down the score even more. Now it's a 7-point lead for the BVI. It's a real game. Faye at the top of the key.
Here's Steven Rodney marking the captain, Foy, who's crossing over, picked up by Teshawn Phillip. Tyson has the ball. He's going to try to go to the basket. He misses. Ball collected by Jordan Ryan, and he's attacking the zone. Gets it to Teshawn, who goes off the glass. 2 points. 26 seconds left in the third quarter. Here comes the BVI, skillful ballers. 20 seconds left. Tristan Moraine is on the ball. Here comes Antoine Robinson going to the key. Gets it to none other than Tyson. Here comes Christam to Steven going to the basket. And the basket is good. And Montserrat now 47-50. Here comes BVI skillful ballers. A 3-point attempt. And at the end of the third quarter, we have a semi-final game between the BVI skillful ballers and the Montserrat Shamrocks. Score 50 for the skillful ballers and the Shamrocks now having 47 points. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not here yet, you still have time to witness greatness, as basketball in Montserrat has never been the same.
Yes, and you see the fans. Look at the fans. Everyone's out of their seat. I hear someone with a horn, blowing their horn. Even the young ones are jumping up, rejoicing. And you can listen to the announcer. The announcer is going off now, hyping up the crowd. Let's get behind the boys. Coach Daly, at this point, you see what we're seeing. Breaking down that lead. How do we maintain our energy and how do we get over?
Well, I think the Montserrat Shamrocks are very energized. I think they're way fresher than the BVI guys. I think the BVI maintaining their lead is in jeopardy right now. You see the guys, they're just grabbing their last breath because they know their fuel tank is right at the bottom. The red light is showing the need to refill. However, there's no refilling until after tomorrow night. so they're going to be soon running on empty and stuck on the road.
Yes.
So the Montserrat Shamrocks have every opportunity to win this game. It's a 3-point lead. It's not a lead to worry about. Not what they started out in the first quarter with a 14-point lead, in the second quarter with a 19-point lead. Now it's only a 3-point lead. We've really got a game. The guys seem to have gelled and found that formula that they've been looking for all through the tournament, and now they've got one quarter to execute it even more and show the Montserrat crowd and the doubters and the naysayers that they really are made of some good substance. Some of these guys are guys that worked with me this year. I know them.
Yes. The score now 50-47, and after the first quarter, I remember some persons very nervous saying that the score was about 19-3. Montserrat sticking to their game plan and pulling it back. What do you think about that, Kenford? I mean, sticking to the game plan, playing the long game, working on the energy. Talk to us a little bit about the strategy
as coach,
in this game.
Coach Daly mentioned before, he's not seeing that they're throwing up those three-pointers. They're not going for the three-pointers, but they're going inside of the key, getting that, converting those plays, using the energy that I cannot stop saying it, Mr. Johnson has injected into the game. Now we're back.
Here is Teshawn Phillip guarding Hodge. Two defenders rolling across as they're coming across that half. Ball now with the BVI. And man, they started off the quarter with the energy. Here's Foy on for the BVI. He's getting out of the trap zone. Shoots a three-point attempt. Very soft.
Yes, you cannot give him an inch. Yes. You cannot give him an inch. You got to be on him. And I think our guys know that. Yes. However, with the attention being put on Robinson, sometimes they lapse a bit.
Yes.
However, the Shamrocks at the top of the key, Rodney drives, he gets some space, Yearwood drives,
and Stephen trying to get the ball. Here's Antoine Robinson into the court. Teshawn must stop this basket, and Twan comes first.
I think Teshawn needs to be a bit more aggressive at this point. Keep him down.
Yes.
Keep him down. They're not gonna call a simple foul just like that. You have to really hack him out. And Robin puts back in that one, so the score doesn't really move that much. It's for us now to stop this ball and make a point so that we can even eat away at that lead more.
9 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Semi-final game between Montserrat and BVI.
Yes, and Mitchum, the cleanup guy, he's a reliable baseline player. Yes, very good.
Yeah, he's a post player with that is aware of his role, and what he's doing is looking for those rebounds. Here's Jordan Ryan taking a long three, and he's rattling it in. 52-57. Skillful ballers still up.
We have to be mindful still of these skillful ballers because they're very cunning inside of these areas. As you can see, Antoine is taking himself out of the play now, giving Fai that moment. The crowd is saying defense. He goes up, double team, scrambling with the ball. The one making pose that self, showing again.
Good positioning by Tyson. We see Keanu who's lining up on the bench for the Shamrock boys, ready to come in and add some additional energy. We saw him in the first half, and it's good to see that he'll be coming back in. We got Ryan with the ball at the top of the passes to
Stevel. Yes, to Teshawn, who gets it back to Stevel, who's going to look for an attempt here. Zipped it back to Teshawn, who's comfortable shooting at that distance. Rebound there by Crystal Moraine, who gets back to Stevel, and here's Robin to the middle.
Grabs his rebound, puts it back up. However, Fai grabs the other rebound, and he's lining up at the 3-point. You cannot give him any space. Pass to Robinson, who kind of misses that pass, but however he grabs back control, drives to the middle, throws it up for alley hoop, and Tyson connects and
dumps the ball there.
You know, the crowd didn't go silent. There's people in the crowd rooting for the BVI. So we got ball with Phillip, puts up a 3. Yes. He's been cool all night now. Maybe he's warming up.
He is. BVI, number 9 it looks like. Hodge getting it to Foy, trying to attack, looking like he wanted to threaten a 3-pointer there. And here is Foy again, trying to launch a 3-ball. Rebound there by who? BVI, Hodge going to the basket, and Jordan throws it out in the court. Launch pass to Antoine Robinson for the BVI, who tries to get the ball, and Jordan slows down the play and gets a foul.
We have to be mindful of those plays. We're getting excited inside of that area, but also you must remember now that the BVI skillful ballers are being chased, they will also come alive.
Yes,
so we have to be mindful. We must get back on defense as quickly as possible, not giving them anything inside of that area. As you can see just a while ago, quick transition, not securing the ball, trying for a fast break play, but then that long lob pass, it did not reach its intended target.
And I think on offense, the Shamrocks, they need to work with the shot clock, because you do not have to get that quick shot. You can set up your shot.
Get your shot.
Yeah, because you have that time. You have more than 14 seconds on most occasions that you can get a set shot, regardless to what defense is set against you. Now you see the BVI coach working out his plays on the ground, letting them know how he wants them to continue the rest of the game.
See some substitutions in here, some fresh legs as Kiana Woods joins the team on the court, Shaquan Wade joins the team, and Montserrat Weeks joins the team on the court. To bring some energy to the next 6 minutes 40 seconds of this semi-final game between the Montserrat Shamrocks and the BVI Skillful Ballers. 9 Hodge for Skillful Ballers, passing to Tyson on top of the key, trying to get the ball
to
down
Mitchum, and it's
3-second violation
3
there
second.
under the basket, and referee signals the Shamrocks ball.
Yes, it's a 6-point lead. Let's see if the Woods combination with Weeks and Wade and Moraine and Ryan can cut this down. We've got Keanu who's at the top of the key, tries to pass to Wade, however, Fry with those quick hands knocks it out of bounds. It's a Montserrat possession, 6 minutes 19 left in the first quarter.
We must continue to stay aggressive here in the fourth quarter. As you see, Magic Weeks getting the ball now to Kiana Woods. 14 seconds left on the shot clock. Here's Jordan Ryan lining up for a 3-ball. Hits the iron and ball with Shaquan Wade, who gets it, who coughs it up and gives it to Tyson. Here is Antoine Robinson, but Montserrat challenging the ball, but he gets his own rebound, Antoine, and puts it back into the basket. I like the fact that they're swarming the offensive players, but they must convert and keep that defensive pressure high. Here's Krista Moraine, number 9 for Montserrat, at the top of the key. Gets it to Magic Weeks, who drop stops, gets it down to Krista, who tries to convert, and the ball a little bit hard off the back iron. 63-55, 5 minutes 35 seconds in this, the fourth quarter. Here's Hodge, who hasn't shot a 3-ball for the night, taking a long one, and Magic Weeks gets the ball. Up the court they go. Here's your Montserrat Shamrocks driving, and here's Antoine Robinson hustling the ball, but here it is. Montserrat standing instead of grabbing the ball, and Antoine Robinson on the court after that last dive there at center court.
Yes, and you can see he's really out of that energy.
Yes.
And I hope that the Montserrat coaches are seeing that we have one timeout left with 5 minutes, so we have to be very, very careful. Woods at the top of the key, tries to 3, bounces off the ring. However, I think it's time for the Montserrat Shamrocks to go back to that driving to the board. We've got Fry, and he's open, which is not
a good sign.
Yes, it's not good. We've got Mitchum now with the ball, passes to Tyson, puts it up, misses, back to Woods, and
getting the ball down to
Yearwood.
Who gets it, slide to get that layup, and he does not convert. Here's Kiana Woods meeting Antoine Robinson at the half-court line. He's trying to go hesitate and go to the basket. Mitchum cleans it up. Tyson above the ring, tips it back in, and Montserrat now again with the ball after that BVI conversion. Score 65-55. Here's Krista Moraine getting it to Jordan Ryan, back to Kiana Woods, back to Krista Moraine, looking for an offensive player. And here's Jordan. He's going to attack the zone. I hear a whistle.
Yeah, that's the BVI timeout, but that's the kind of basketball they need to go back to in the final 5 minutes. And you would see they had the hot spell for the 3-pointers that brought them back into the game. Now, if you see the 3-pointers are not dropping, go back to that driving approach to the game, and you know that they are already in foul trouble. It's the final quarter. There's nothing to lose. Go everything for the win. And we haven't really mentioned that this game is the big game that decides who plays for first and who plays for last.
Yes, it definitely is a semi-final game. Therefore, the winner will advance to the championship game. And we look forward to hearing the feedback, of course, from not just the players, but the coaching staff and the managers, as we see former national players in the building and waving, and I'm very happy to be here to witness the continuity, because everything in Montserrat now has to be about not just the president here now, but going forward, how we can develop our players and the sport of basketball. Here we see Shamrocks getting ready to inbound.
What's noticeable is that 6 minutes has gone and only one foul on the boards.
Yes, here's Stephen Rodney to Keanu Woods. 3-point attack. They made up their mind this is what they're doing, and they're going to do it. 3 points is good. 4 minutes here left in the fourth quarter. Here's Keanu Woods on Hodge. He's going to play some ball pressure. He's looking to get the ball. He's trying to attack Hodge, who is the youngest player for the BVI. Here's Foy taking a shot. Back of the iron and Mitchum again, getting that rebound. And Tyson
tips
above the
Tyson.
rim and tips the basket into the hoop.
Yes,
Inbound to Stevell Rodney for the Montserrat Shamrocks. Bringing the ball across the half coach. He crosses over. He's looking for an offensive player. He gets it to Jordan Ryan. Back to the center of the court.
Watch the baseline. There's some open guys on the baseline. Can't you see them? Are they being blocked off? Woods again for another three. Bounces off the ring. Rebound. Tyson loses it. Back to Weeks. Passes to Rodney. Goes in reverse layup. Misses. Rebound. Grabbed by Faye. Tipped away by Robbins.
Magic on the baseline. Soft hands. And here he gets it. Mitchum again gets the ball. Here's Foy for BVI. Gets the bounce pass to Hodge, who's trying to get...
Good layup by Hodge. And the lead is now an 11-point lead. Montserrat has 3 minutes to prove themselves. Woods with the ball, passes to Rodney, to Ryan, who drives in, passes back out to Woods, back to Rodney, who goes for the three, bounces off the backboard. He gets his own rebound, goes into the middle, passes out to Robin, and Robin puts up that shot. However, rebounded by Tyson, and there's no one. However, Faye makes that shot for the BVI, extends the lead even more, 58-71.
Here comes Keanu Woods, bringing the ball over the half. High dribble, looking to get into the drive. Pass to Stephen Rodney. Jordan Ryan in the post, who kicks it out to Keanu Woods. Long two.
Put on the line.
Here's Jordan Ryan. Gets the ball.
And that was a shot in the paint that the BVI defenders were all over him. And that's what you see, a common trend. Once Ryan gets the ball, he gets double teamed. So he is going to get some bashing this evening as the game continues. Yes, definitely. Yeah. However, he goes to the line, makes this. If he makes this, he drops the lead even more and gives more opportunity for this to be a really interesting game. Makes the first one.
Good free throw there by Jordan Ryan. As you see, Mitchum getting his second foul for the night. 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Score BVI 71 and Shamrocks convert again 60.
They're looking like a full court press now.
It is a press, and here's Foy trying to get away, running the ball all over the court, and he's on the left side, trying to swing it back to Hodge. Catches it and gets it to Tyson, and gets it to Mitchum, trying to burn the clock. And
good block by Moraine.
Gets it to Jordan Ryan. Jordan is coming, and here he brings down the ball. Dunk. Here it comes. Here comes the Shamrocks.
Defense.
They need to press Robinson. He's gonna slow down that clock. Press Faye. He's gonna slow down that clock. You cannot stand around. Yes, the crowd is chanting defense.
Here's Anton Robinson pushing
drives to the middle, holds it up, and he goes off the ring. However, it's Shamrock's ball. We've got a man already leaking, 2 or 3 already leaking. Ball goes to Yearwood, back to Rodney. And there's someone on the ground. I think it's Robinson still on the ground, and it's ref officials timeout. 1 minute 20 left in the fourth quarter.
Which Robinson has been sacrificing his body for the team, and he probably had a collision there under the basket. Not sure how quick he is to get up, but with 1 minute and 20 seconds in the game, still just a 11-point game. Anything can happen here in this sports center.
And it's possible that it's a night for Robinson.
Yes.
It is very possible. However, can 4 men defend against 5 for a minute 20 without losing an 11-point lead?
But also, strategies are all over, because I've seen that within the with himself as a very clever player, getting to slow down the play, getting to take the other team, building that momentum, bring it back down, back to their level. That's something that they've used throughout this whole tournament to in their favor.
Okay, he's back up and ready to go.
Kenton magical hands. Mr. Weeks magical hands. So I see now that we have 62 to 71. It's our 11-point lead.
Yes.
11-point lead. Some
9
big
point
plays.
lead.
9?
Yeah, 9
So
point
some big
It's
plays.
3 pointers. Let's see. With the drive to the board, no foul is being called. Robin with the ball. Oh, that's Yeod. And the foul. Oh, okay.
Well, that's good to see the fouls going up. We need to see those fouls increasing to get some bonus going. But definitely, they're not close to the bonus yet. So 1 minute, 13 seconds left. And inbound on the baseline, looking to see what Montserrat does here. Here it is, where Montserrat collects the ball. Here's Jordan Ryan, gets it across
You've
to
got some
Robin.
guys on the baseline. Robin goes up for the 2. Misses and
Foy gets the ball. Foy has the ball on the baseline for the BVI. Gets it to Mitcham, who's comfortable. Krista Moran gets that ball. Antoine Robinson is attacking the basket. Hesitation.
You got to foul. You got to foul him.
And the
you got to foul. They're going to
the
run
time
out.
now is 49 seconds.
You got to foul someone.
It's 47 seconds.
Yes. Foul.
Foy moving with the ball, bringing the ball to the top of the key.
And there's shot clock violation. Ball goes to Montserrat. However, the shot should have stopped a long time ago.
Go at 52 seconds.
And I think with one timeout, would Coach Moraine decide to, okay, the ball goes, continues, we got Rodney. There, Jordan goes up for the 3. Bounces off.
Mitcham collects the ball. Here's Hodge for the BVI. Score 71-62. And Foy gets it across to the guard, Antoine Robinson, who's looking to get it to Mitcham on the baseline. And here's Jordan trying to bring it over the half. Looks to pass the ball to Margic, who gets the ball across to Stevel Rodney. 10 seconds left. And Antoine Robinson collects that ball.
Fouled, and we've got 6 seconds. We can call it a wrap. Montserrat goes in for 3rd and 4th place tomorrow night, and BVI goes back against Antigua. And BVI has something to prove because they got beaten last night by Antigua.
So BVI will be playing Antigua? Yes, that's correct.
And Montserrat would be playing St. Kitts.
Yes.
The 3rd and
Can you
4th
believe
place.
a rematch?
A rematch.
Yes, yes. And I know the elites would be smiling right now.
Right now, yes. So I like to say kudos to our Shamrock boys. You see some disheartened boys on the line, but that's the game. As you play sports in any arena, this is where I keep saying it. This is where you learn and you take something away from this game so that you can build to be a better sportswoman or sportsman going forward in your career.
But one thing I gotta say, congratulations to the entire Montserrat squad, because they have turned a game that looked like it was lost in the 1st and 2nd quarter into a real competitive game coming into the 3rd and 4th quarter.
Yes, so we have with the inbound for 6.8 seconds. Possession goes to BVI Skillful Ballers, and that's a big play inside. And the big man goes up and he has converted that basket. And that's Mitchum posing up inside. And now you can say and you hear the BVI Skillful Ballers with their fan club in the left-hand corner of the stadium. And I like to say congratulations to them, the BVI Skillful Ballers. They showed their true grit. And I would say congratulations again to the Shamrock M&I boys for putting up a fight tonight, making the game more interesting than before. And all the teams who have participated in this lovely on the 26th invitational basketball match. I would like to say thank you again to the MABA team for putting on something like this. We're here tomorrow, and sad to say, but in the sports world, kudos to the BVI Skillful ballers who will face the Wadadli elites for the final, bragging rights, and the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys will play the Montserrat Shamrocks.
Compared to the game last night, Sugar Boys and Montserrat still has something to prove also tomorrow evening. So it's not over, because there's a personal match that Montserrat needs to prove that the St. Kitts team cannot just take advantage of them like they did before in the first game. So it's going to be another exciting matchup tomorrow evening. The Montserrat team most likely would be playing first, since it's the finals, and the BVI and Antigua team playing second.
So absolutely, and I still want to say thanks to the parties that made this function possible. I couldn't come and not say thanks to, of course, the government of Montserrat for the work that they've been doing behind the scenes to ensure that this event runs successfully. The coordination by the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association, Gilmore Williams and his team. Of course, I'd like to say a special good night to Team Sarah, who have definitely put forth quite a bit of investment to ensure that this as well is successful. ZJB, GIU, the broadcasting agencies for the government, they're doing an exceptional job of getting that live stream and that sound on the radio station. That's fantastic. And of course, Caribbean Alliance came on board, the Bank of Montreal Limited, and OSC, John Osborne's gas station. So.
And not forgetting Flo.
Of course.
We're not buffing. We're not buffing.
We're not buffering. We're not buffering or buffering. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you tomorrow to the championship matchups. My name is Jensen Skerritt. I'm here with Kenford Samuels. I don't know if you have anything else, Coach Daly, but I'll let you get a chance to say your parting remarks.
But it's been lovely being in the presence of Coach Samuels and yourself, Mr. Skerritt, Coach Skerritt, and we've seen another night of exciting basketball, and I'm just so happy within myself that basketball is alive and well in Montserrat. What our boys now have so much extra experience moving forward that it could only be a plus to their future endeavors within the basketball arena, whether as more professional players or as coaches or whatever role they choose. And I hope to see more physiotherapists also, because they're very important for
Absolutely.
us.
As you said, physiotherapists, I have to say goodnight to Young Men's and Julius Morris, and of course Kenton Weeks, who have been behind the scenes ensuring that all these players are well taken care of.
Yes, and before I saw Young Men's carrying in the table, I remember a physiotherapist in Antigua, Mr. Dale Jones. If you follow Mr. Dale Jones, he has been a very, very vital man in my life, and to the teams that I've been working with. Very professional. He's also a long distance runner. He holds a lot of awards as a runner for Antigua. Now he's a physiotherapist, and I know how important these guys are to the trade of sports. So I would like to say well done to Kenton and his team, and also to some of the players. I see young Latisse on the bench, a young player that I have thought coming to Montserrat, teaching him at the MSS secondary school. And as you mentioned, the career that you can get out of sports, it's unlimited. It's so wide and catching. So I like to say well done, and to the MABA and the whole companies and the sponsors who have made this come alive. I would like to say thank you guys very much. It's not over. We are here tomorrow night again.
The grand finale.
The grand finale is just unfortunate our boys are not into the final, but as you said, they have something to prove, and they will be back here showing their fans with the energy that they created tonight. And I'll say yes, I love to see what they did tonight, and hope they can carry it on into this game and beyond for the rest of their lives.
Absolutely. Well said, Coach Kenford. Well said, Coach Daly. Listeners, you've been listening to night number 4 of basketball. I see Coach Kenford having some ideas. Tell us, Coach Kenford, what's next?
I think we should stay here, entertain the guys, because let's switch off there. But Coach Daly, I've seen some of your boys that you worked with in your team. I see one of your players here. He's not too thing tonight, but also when you were for the Drummonds team and you injected that championship, how was it for you and your boys? What was some of the discussion that you have with your team, as you are one of the team with the less players as well? Yes. So you would know you can share the same platform with the BVI players.
Yes, well, they were they were all good, very good players, very good players, and what their weaknesses was keeping their composure, keeping their concentration in the game. So that's what we worked on, and we had other things like weight training for some of the guys who were smaller built, who needed to stand up against some of those bigger guys, because it's good that you can play good basketball. However, if you are not strong enough, someone would always come and take advantage of you because of their extra power, and you would have to play a lot harder. So I just implemented individual weaknesses where these guys could improve, and also helping them with their mental capacity, because basketball is probably 95% or 98% mental and 2% physical. So mentally, as you've seen in these games tonight, especially Antigua versus St. Kitts, the guys were overcharged, overheated. We've seen a bit of it in the BVI, but not to that extent where the game had to be stopped and officials called to kind of quiet their teams down. So I'll try mentally as much, because the physical, they already have it. That's some of the things we would be discussing when we played.
And after a competition of this magnitude, what now you think these guys can take away? We mentioned some of it, but just add some more to what some of these guys can take away from this experience.
The skill sets that came in from Antigua, St. Kitts and BVI is not something they would experience throughout their basketball careers here. So they are taking away a lot of skill sets, a lot of experience in how tournaments are officiated, because in our local tournament, as they get a tap on their hand and get a whistle, they think that's it. However, tonight and even in the past couple of days, you've seen a tap on the hand does not matter to the referee. You have to be really hacked or physically removed for them to call a foul. You see a lot of people driving and a lot of body contact, and the referee just says nope. So they get a different experience, and this will help them in the future when they go to future contests, so that they could know what to expect. And I'm sure in basketball you do meet people again in other tournaments.
So you would have an idea what you came up against. I say, oh yes, I know that player, and so forth and so forth. Palan, would you like to say anything as we wrap up for this evening?
Well, really and truly, let me say that the skill set of the BVI coach is vast. We are seeing experience, because we saw at how the defense of the Shamrocks really had the BVI skillful ballers in a bit of trouble in the second quarter. And then here it is, there was a timeout, and then we realized that they were utilizing the strength of the 6'9" player. You know what I mean? And automatically he has more body, already have the height, so he was easily just wrestling it in. You know what I mean? So experience, and I think it's important to know as well that the Montserrat coaching staff
they now get the opportunity to get a bit of experience coming out of this tournament. As I know, Vakel Moraine and Mr. Fenton as well, I've never seen them coach a national squad
on this level. Yes.
On this level, so kudos to them for taking up the challenge, because this is something that you put yourself in a position for public scrutiny, yes, and for a bit of tongue lashing from the general public. So that's that. I think we have a rather young team as well, and so we need to get a national team, a draft, maybe 15, 20 players, incentivize them and have them training from strength conditioning to developing muscle mass and so on and so forth, so they are ready to be able to take part in other regional leagues as well. So we are not limiting them to only the Montserrat league. Byron Andrew, I was listening to him carefully, and he has business in Montserrat because he does business with iMobile Antigua, which usually comes down and work with the health center in St. John's. And he spoke about his structure and his team that he has. I think we should have those teams playing regularly. It's just a flight over, and we should be taking advantage of setting up our players, even in the downtime. Off seasons are very important for athletes. You need to be using that time to work on your weaknesses, to be able, when it's peak season, you're explosive, you're ready to really and truly come out and dominate. But as I said, I really and truly love the fact as well that the Montserrat public has been coming out and supporting basketball in general. I think there's a great space for basketball culture to have, a main stage. Yes. We realize now that it's carnival season, we could now twin the basketball season, the hype of the basketball season with our yearly carnival. Yes. Because carnival is officially being launched on Saturday, which is the 17th, and the basketball league ends on Thursday. Yes. So here it is. It doesn't take you away from the cultural festivities. It's basically a warm-up. Okay. So, and let me just thank you guys for taking up the challenge and commentating throughout the entire tournament. It's difficult sometimes to paint a picture and to analyze for other individuals who are watching from far off, yes, in a different country. You know what I mean? But so let me say kudos and thank you guys for taking up the challenge. And let me say good night to the folks of Montserrat and all those who are locked onto the live.
All right. Thank you very much. I would like to say yes. We go back to Master Control. I say thank you guys for tuning in tonight, and we are back here tomorrow, same time, 7 o'clock for the finals against the BVI Skillful Ballers versus the Wadadli Elite. So good night, stay safe, and do come back out again. Thank you, Montserrat.